She's a little plain in the shape to her neck. I'd strengthen her hip just a little bit, but Heifer just difficult to study out here because she didn't want to cooperate. Moderate, big-boned, easy fleshing cattle comes next. You get in behind her. She's a little flat in her design. When you study upper rib shape, study width and volume out of her hip, want to open that cattle up. I think moderate, low maintenance, good feet, good bone. Want to just stouten her up when you get in behind her. Heifer that comes next, tremendous shape down her top line, big stout hip. Take her to the ground, and she's a little more refined, a little off in terms of her foot shape, and I don't see that cattle getting out and using her hock quite as comfortably as I do the cattle that precede her, but she still has more to her than our final heifer. Final heifer's really pretty line, good balance, good design cattle, little just a shot tubular today at this stage in her development. If she fills out and develops a mid-body, I think she's got the lines and presence to really be competitive.
Really a nice class of early Aprils here. I think once you get past the top two heifers, I thought, from third on down was probably more challenging than the rest of the classes that we've seen. But I think initially it was these two heifers and it stayed these two. But I think there's some differences and there's probably more things that swing in the way of our class winner than our heifer in second. I like the way the heifer in first handles her hip and hind leg better. She has a more appropriate set to her hind leg. I think she also drops a little more rear rib and flank. And when you get behind the cattle, she is the boldest and the most powerful when you get down her top and out over her pins. I really like this heifer in terms of her silhouette. She's not freaky necked, but she's got a really nice cow-like look to her. Every once in a while, I think she gets just maybe a tick tight hinged about her knee when she comes at you. But I think she's a really cowy female that we prefer her hind leg over the heifer in second. Heifer in second, really like the freshness that she comes to us with up to her front end. Really good in her top line. She's strong coming out of the backside of her shoulder. It's really nice in her loin and out over her hip. Heifer that's big boned. She gets just a little straighter right there in her hock when you compare her to the heifer in front of her. It affects her just a little bit in the way she moves. We had these next four all over the place. This heifer, we liked her foot size and her bone and her squareness up high. This young lady is a nice showman. She gets her set up. Heifer that balances pretty good. She's a little thicker necked. She could maybe be just a touch square hocked. But we liked that female to go into third. The heifer in fourth is kind of a problem heifer for us. From her shoulder back, a heifer we liked really well. Big ribbed, nice hind leg. Heifer that comes to us maybe a little larger, a little plainer up front, a little more open in her shoulder. And when she comes at you, she wants to throw her front legs out just a touch. But a nice, big, high-performing female. The next three are really nice quality females. We made the comment there's not a bad one in this class and not one that deserves to go on the bottom. We just thought these next two heifers, compared to the heifer that concludes the class, have a little more size and weight per day of age to them. We thought the young lady that comes out next had more body than the one behind her. This heifer we struggled with a bit too because we like her freshness and her youthfulness. We like her hind leg. Just giving up a little too much power with those heifers in front of her.
Well, congratulations over here in Ring 1, your junior Hereford ring. Congratulations on a Class 3 Pulled Spring Heifer Calves. First place will go to Purple HB Myrtle 69 KET, exhibited by Tessa Austin and McKenna Smith of Hubris, Wisconsin. Second place and congratulations will go to Paisley Van Horn of Morgantown, Indiana, with WSCC VH Breathless 20 KET. Third place in that class and congratulations to Lily Connor. Fourth place was exhibited by Mason Roeder. Fifth place exhibited by Cayenne Eck. Sixth place was exhibited by Julia Jacqueline, Johanna, and Caroline Studer. Seventh place in that class, and congratulations to Cecilia Halsey. Now in Ring 1, we're going to bring in those first and seconds, and our judges will select their champion reserve out of your Pulled Spring Heifer Calf division. Back over in the limousine ring, we do have the results of Class 3. First place and congratulations goes to McKenna Richardson of Eureka, Kansas. Second place was exhibited by Bevan Lynn Birchie with SL Cinco de Mayo. Third place in that class, congratulations to McKenna Hopp of Fremont, Michigan. Fourth place was exhibited by Tyler Thomas of Sterling, Colorado. Fifth place exhibited by Braxton Chaplin of Fredonia, Kansas. Sixth place in that class exhibited by Amanda Purvis. Seventh place went to Haley Plumley of Fort Worth, Texas. Now currently in ring 2, we have class 4 here in Division 1 of your limousine show.
Interesting class of limousine heifers to study through in this particular drive, and we can be real upbeat and positive, and I think the top 4 cattle in here, even top 5, if they do something right and if they hold together in a particular region, then they're going to be the best one. The challenge is trying to predict at this young juvenile stage which one's going to do the right things to be a contender next fall. The heifer that's the most consistent in her views is the one I start with. Young lady does a great job of presenting this cattle. Get on top of her and your top line and upper rib shape and hip, you're very impressed. You step off to the side on the stand, and I think this heifer has the most balance and symmetry with the blend of power and substance. Heifer's got to stay together in her knee and shoulder design, and I think if she does that up front, then that heifer has the most value from there back. From a profile, the first impression cattle for me actually ends up second, and I like this heifer's captivating look, tremendous flexibility in motion. I study her head and study her genuine width. I want to open her up. If this heifer keeps enough horsepower from one end of her skeleton to the next, I think this one will probably be the best one next fall. Today I thought just a nickel flat, and just on occasion she didn't want to present herself quite as collected as the class winner did. When you get the right view of that cattle, it's really good. The red heifer at the ground I really like. This is a strong built limousine female with substance, bone, foot, got a great length of body about her. This heifer won't relax in the ring, and when she doesn't, she'll turtle her neck down into the front side of her shoulder, be just a little plainer, a little more wrinkly about her neck and front end. She needs to stay fresh enough and attractive enough, then she will be a contender next fall. Now, really an interesting breeding piece coming next. Tremendous moderation, stoutness, and power. This heifer reads a little quick in her maturity through her head, a little pronounced in terms of her tail head, but tremendous feature, tremendous stoutness. Wasn't sure where she fit 2, 3, or 4 in this particular lineup. Next heifer out, moderate, big-bodied, really muscular cattle with a pretty good hind leg. This heifer opened up the most to her shoulder, got the most pronounced at the top of her shoulder there. Want to freshen and just make her a little tighter at this stage in her maturity and development. The final heifer, the most efficient in performance out here. Heifer's got some lines and some look, just needs to take to feed and develop some more mass and substance. Interesting class to put together. I think very challenging there from top to bottom.
As Kyle and I get out here for your first division of polls, very pleased. I thought the cattle sorted themselves pretty nicely for us. I think there's decisions that had to be made out here, but I think we're comfortable with the way that we each one see them. The heifer out of our first class was the May. There's just a month separating these cattle out here. We really liked her in terms of her structural design. We thought she was probably as good as anything we've seen in terms of her front end structure. A heifer that's got a little added size and a little added length. She's probably, she's got that advantage, but she's probably, she is a little bit of an outlier too in those regards compared to the 2 heifers behind her. But we love that heifer in terms of her looseness of skeleton. We love the way her neck sets up on top of her shoulder and it ties really high. She probably is just a little thicker from the top set of her neck to the base of her throat. But I think a heifer that, belly-wise and stoutness-wise, about where she needs to be. The heifer out of the second class is one, we really like her at the stand in terms of her balance and symmetry. She's very correctly balanced and gives you a nice profile. Neck ties high. She's really fresh and clean-chested. Really has a nice hind leg to her. When you compare to the other 2 heifers out here, there's not quite as much female there. And when you get her out on the move, she wants to roll just a little bit up front when she comes at you. The heifer out of her last class is one that we think puts a lot of good things together. We think she combines really giving you a broody cow-like look with a heifer that really moves off of a very nice functional skeleton. There's times when this heifer goes that she maybe gets just a little out in her elbow. It can make her look like she needs to have a little more slope to her shoulder, but you analyze the heifer in terms of her angles. She's really set back at her knee. She hits her stride really well. And when you get all that power and dimension on the side, her lines and her design and her symmetry from the side is kind of like you need it. And I think she's the heifer that probably has the most power and dimension today. Really a nice set of seconds. We really We like all three of those seconds. The young man's heifer up front was extremely attractive. Big hind leg on her, got a little straight up front. The next young man's heifer was very youthful and good structured, got a little high in her top and wanted to drop in her pins. The young lady's heifer that was second in the last class, really striking and really nicely presented, really strong topped and stout, just got a little straighter from behind. We'd like for you to give these exhibitors a nice round of applause, and we'll go select the two that we like the best today.
Well, congratulations over here in the Hereford ring. We have the results of your first division here in our Pulled Hereford show. Congratulations, your division champion coming out of Class 3, exhibited by Tessa Austin and McKenna Smith with purple HB Myrtle 69 KET. And reserving that division coming out of Class 1, congratulations to Alexandria Rab, Markle, Indiana, with DS 661 Kelly 261. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll now look to bring in Class 4 Pulled Spring Heifer calves born March 17th through March 27th. Back in the limousine ring, we do have the results of Class 4. First place in congratulations went to Julia Weber of Harrodsburg, Kentucky with PRFKJAW Nelly KET. Second place in that class exhibited by Kinley Cullum of Guthrie, Oklahoma. Third place was exhibited by Jack Cutter Sullivan of Groveton, Texas. Fourth place in that class exhibited by Sadie Grace Eggers of Humboldt, Kansas. Fifth place exhibited by Ashley Schrag. And sixth place in that class, congratulations to McKenna Rubright. Now in ring 2, we have Class 5 here in Division 1 of your limousine show.
I think a class that fits together on the limousine side with quite a bit more logic for me than what the previous class did. A young man that starts this class has himself a power cow in the making. Visually, You love her strength. You love her feature. You love her power of body and volume of muscle. Yet I think she's smooth where she needs to be and maternal about her look and character. You study her on paper, and I sure think this heifer offers some genetic progress in terms of growth and marbling. I think really her birth weight sets in check. I think this is pretty interesting package to go ahead and start with out here. Young man in second. Visually, this heifer looks the most like our class winner in terms of that ability to blend stoutness and feature with agility and structural correctness. I'd tone down her birth weight just a shade relative to our class winner, but I sure think that heifer's got strength, got balance, and really a solid second. On paper, I encourage you to study the 1 and 3rd. This heifer offers some really unique genetic opportunities in terms of making those progressive, productive commercial cattle. Visually, she looks like a female. I'd alter how she uses her hind leg. It's a little unorthodox for me personally, but I think clean jointed, good bodied, smooth shouldered, got a nice character about her there in 3rd. Heifer in 4th offers the muscle, stoutness, and feature on the bottom side of the pedigree that we want to find. Challenge is it comes with just a little rounder pattern on both ends, a little tighter structure behind. The final pair of heifers, very capably shown by the pair of young ladies out here. I sure think they're attractive, well-presented cattle. They just don't have the substance and volume of some of the cattle that precede them, but I sure think both young ladies are doing a great job, and my compliments to them and their families on a job well done today in Oklahoma City.
Nice class of late marches here. I think a class that came together pretty good for us. I think there was a pretty logical place to start within this class. I think she's the heifer that most effectively combines having a striking, nice balanced look with a good structure, plenty of substance and center body and swoop to her middle, plenty of width and dimension and power when you get it behind her. I think when you compare her to the heifer in second, she moves quite a bit better out of her shoulder and knee. Her neck ties higher out of her shoulder. Heifer in second and third we thought were close. The heifer in second we think maintains a little more levelness down her top. Heifer that has a little more functional, softer hind leg. Really a nice swooping belly in this female. Where we want to change her is the way her shoulder is designed. She gets straighter up front and her neck comes out a little lower. And that's an advantage we give to the heifer that comes out next. The heifer that comes out next, neck ties a little higher. One of the stouter heifers we have in the class, just want to change her hind leg. Give her, restructure her there and set her down a little nicer. And the heifer right behind her probably does set a little nicer in her hock and her pastern, but given up quite a bit of dimension. Gets a little lower in her chest compared to her forerib. Two heifers we have coming out next. There's a little more dimension in the heifer that comes out next. Both heifers probably need to handle their hind leg a bit better. The young man's heifer is probably more attractive. When you get on the side of her, you just want to drop her down in terms of her belly and her flank. Nice class of females. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Well, congratulations back over in the limousine ring. We have the results of Class 5. First place and congratulations went to Brixton Steve Birchie of Oneida, South Dakota. Second place in that class was exhibited by Ben Spencer of Gibbon, Nebraska. Third place exhibited by Tucker Parkinson of Loveland, Texas. Fourth place exhibited by Gabriel Miner of Stafford, Missouri. Fifth place exhibited by Sadie Claire Cartwright of Gary, Texas. Sixth place in that class will go to Karis Wilson of Marshfield, Missouri. Now in ring 2, we have Class 6 here in Division 1 of your limousine show. Back over to the Hereford ring. Results of Class 4 pulled spring heifer calves. First place and congratulations to Quentin and Andrew Ray of Brooksville, Kentucky. Second place was exhibited by George Sinclair of Williamsburg, Iowa. Third place in that class exhibited by Mark Krypton Lofton of Wesson, Mississippi. Fourth place in that class, and congratulations to Cayenne Eck of Putnam, Oklahoma. And fifth place in that class, congratulations will go to back number 30032. Now in ring 1, we have Class 5 pulled spring heifer calves born March 4th to March 16th.
Awesome class of marches out here to study, and I sure think that if some of these cattle do different things, I really think it'd be interesting to watch. And it's our tendency, I guess, as a family, when you can't get what you want gathered, you get maybe the greener, more attractive one. And I think as I stand out here and study the top pair, I think the top pair for me personally is close. Today, the dominant heifer is the one that wins this class, and she is powerful. She's curve bending in terms of her visual weight and performance relative to her age out here. Tremendous length, and with as much volume as she has, she's very, very smooth. I think as this heifer projects through her maturity, I want to make sure her knee stays square enough, and then going right away, I'd like to bring her hind leg to the surface and her rear foot a little more correct than what it does. Tremendous pattern, tremendous balance, and really hard to deny out here. One that I would sure hope our oldest boy and I, if we were at a sale, we would bid on is the one in second. I think this is a March calf that looks like a March calf. She's immature. She's cocky. She's cool. I love this heifer's feet. Tremendous at the ground in terms of her foot shape. The angle to her hind leg's great. Today, I got to ask myself, right behind her shoulder, is there enough punch? Is there enough horsepower? I think she's a feeding kind of junior national next fall heifer. I love that thing's build. If she's right enough behind her shoulder and just has enough to her today, that one's pretty jazzy. Young lady in third, if we take this heifer from her forerib back, maybe as good as any within the class, tremendous stoutness, tremendous power and spread. When you get right in front of this heifer, her front feet, her knee, the base of her chest aren't all quite as correct and tidy as the two that precede her, but I really like her utility from there back. Heifer in fourth, probably of the top four, the only genetic value that got just a little weird for me was this one's birth weight. I'd bring it down just a little. This is visually a beautiful heifer in terms of her lines, her look, her extension. This thing's got a lot of grow left in her, and she's going to be a big power cow. My greatest concern for her in this ring today, when she gets in motion, she's a little quick in her hock action and a little unsure of where her hind legs set to the surface. I would alter that. If we do, then I think she's got just enough body for me. She could move up in class. I'd change her hind leg just a shade. Young lady that comes next, good line, nice heifer. This is a really quality individual. Picked the wrong class to be in this March class, just not the extras in terms of punch and power, but I really like the basic fundamentals of that one. Our final heifer, great body design, great upper rib shape, really bold down her top line. Foundation doesn't match all that volume and mass up high. She's the most refined and the most restricted of the cattle within this particular drive. Interesting class of marches. My compliments to the breeders, the showmen. That's a good set of cattle.
Really a nice class of females, solid all the way through. And we kind of thought all the way through it came down to these three, but I'm not sure you could build three any more dissimilar than these three. The heifer that we start with, we'd like to make her like a little more feminine-headed, a little fresher-headed. But, you get past that, and it's hard to pick a hole in this heifer. She is so massive in terms of her chest and her center body and her forerib and her top line, her hip. She's really got a big foot and a soft hind leg. She's appropriately sloped out of her shoulder. She balances good from the side. That heifer is in nice condition. For as wide-chested and wide-pinned as she is, she's fresh and clean of fat up through her chest and the crest of her neck. We just thought she was the place to start today. It got harder there between second and third. The heifer in third is probably more the same size and weight per day of age of the one we start with, but we liked the neck and the belly of the heifer in second a little better than the one in third. Her neck is just a little tidier from the crest down to her throat. Heifer really blends in nice from her chest floor back to her flank. We really like the hind leg in this heifer, but we do think that and she is shorter bodied than the heifer in third, which does allow her to have a little more sweep to her center body cavity. We really like that heifer. Whenever she gets on the stand, every once in a while she'll get a little odd in terms of her loin and her pin placement, but I think when you get her out on the move, she handles that well. I think that heifer's neck attachment and belly allows her to place over the heifer in third. We like a lot of things about this heifer in third. We like her structural design when she comes and goes. She comes square. Heifer that really have to appreciate for her length from the point of her shoulder back to her pins, and she's a little bigger heifer. And those two things, she's going to be later maturing, so her belly is going to come a little later. But I think when she does, you keep that heifer's neck fresh enough and that belly drops, she's got the rest of the pieces to be very, very competitive on down the road. Young man's heifer that comes out next, really, really big-bodied, nice neck heifer, great rib cage. We just wanted to change her and give her a little bit more flex when you get her out on the move. Young lady's heifer coming out next has more flexibility off of her hind leg and a bigger foot. A heifer that gets a little flatter and narrower tracking when she comes at you and leaves you, but a nice female from the side just needs stoutened up. Young man's heifer that comes next is much more shapely, down her top and out over her hip. Heifer that just gets a little more off in terms of her structure and wants to get up in her top on the move. Then the young lady's heifer that comes out next, one that's got some size and some foot size. Just want to change her in terms of her balance and her structure and drop her down in terms of her center body.
We're going to leave this particular class of Limmies in line the way they set, and I sure think the young lady that wins this class got a good body, good line, good design cattle, reads strong on paper. I think everything fits together well, and she comes in a relatively small class, yet kind of dominant there in the front 2/3 of her body, and still handles herself very good. Young lady doing a super good job with a real powerful one on the stand, impeccably presented, impeccably shown, great body. This heifer is a little vertical in her hock and a little soft in her rear pastern, and I think when she gets in motion, it makes sense that she's not quite as comfortable behind as what our class winner is. Tremendous volume, tremendous body. I think for an early March, she's really right on in terms of growth and development. Our final cattle is probably the biggest footed, biggest boned of the three. The challenge is she's a little plainer featured, a little just plainer hipped, and I don't see the lines and everything fitting together quite as well. She's the greenest, she's the leanest, and I think as she takes to feed and all of her unique pieces feed and fill together, this one could be pretty interesting someday. Today, just a little bit in that awkward junior high phase of growing, not quite putting it all together, but really some interesting pieces. Great class once again in the Lemmy side.
Well, congratulations over here in ring 2 to catch you up on results from our limousine show. Out of Class 6, first place was exhibited by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Second place in that class, exhibited by Ben Spencer of Gibbon, Nebraska. Going on to Class 7 over here in the limousine ring. First place and congratulations to Caitlin McKenzie Ayers of Gary, Texas with Ratliff Keeper 216 KET. Second place was exhibited by Sadie Grace Eggers of Humboldt, Kansas with Ratliff Keep It Real 234K. And third place in that class was exhibited by Kaysen Kaiser of Lufkin, Texas. Now in ring 2 is Class 8 here in Division 1. Back over to the Hereford ring. Results of Class 5 pulled spring heifer calves. First place and congratulations goes to J.W. Teets of Lost River, West Virginia, with BACC 629, Georgia K 208 ET. Second place in that class and congratulations to Ella Weldon of Piedmont, Oklahoma. Third place and congratulations will go to Delaney Chester. Fourth place exhibited by Thomas Cade and Taylor Kendall Boatman of Rockford, Illinois. Fifth place in that class was exhibited by Haddison Hale of Billings, Oklahoma. Sixth place went to Wyatt and Quade McIntyre of Leedy, Oklahoma. And seventh place, and congratulations to Haley Ferguson. Now in ring 1, we have Class 6, pulled spring heifer calves, born March 1st to March 3rd of 2022.
We're going to leave this set of Lemmy heifers in line just the way they come in, just like we did in the previous class. Love the class winner in terms of her smoothness of joints, her female characteristics of a nice shaped neck, a smooth shoulder that sets in tidy at the base, and then a great body design. Really like this heifer on the stand a good deal. When she comes in motion, you know, as we take so many of these unique cattle throughout their growth curve and maturity, she's going to have to maintain enough slope to her shoulder to allow her top line to set in her appropriately. But that is today in a calf division, a dominant heifer in terms of body, blended with smoothness and attractiveness in the appropriate fashion. Heifer in second, big legs, big feet, real stout pieces. This heifer's just a little tubular bodied as we study her relative to our class winner. Love her length, love her shape, love her growability. Today just needs mid-body down to drop just a shade. Our final heifer within the drive is the most moderate. Sure like her depth of body, and she's a little more easier fleshing. Mature cow size is probably a little more in check with her than the one in second. This heifer gets a little rough-shouldered, a little deeper neck, and her knee and front foot don't set in her quite as comfortably. Like to alter that just a shot. Good class, going to be a strong division here within your limousine show.
Well, congratulations in the limousine ring. Your final class here in Division 1, Class 8, first place, exhibited by McKinley Palmetary of Durant, Oklahoma, with MLP Classy Chassis ET. Second place in that class, and congratulations to Brooklyn Ann Ludens of Hurley, South Dakota. Third place in that class, exhibited by Kason Kaiser of Lufkin, Texas. At this time, we're now going to bring in all of our first and seconds out of Division 1. Our judge, Mr. Mark Hogue, will be selecting his champion reserve.
Really a nice class of females here. The top four, I think, kind of set themselves apart, and then it does come down to these two for us. That we'll just tell you the differences. We think that the heifer that we start with, biggest advantage, of course, is when compared to the heifer in second, is her front end, her throat, just her attractiveness up front. We also think she's longer bodied. She shows us maybe a little more, a longer gauged skeleton than the heifer in second. And still, with those advantages, this heifer's got plenty of bone and foot size and dimension. But we like her up to her front end and her throat better. We like her extension just a little bit more. There's things that we love about this heifer in second. I said she's a throat away from really coming in competing for this division. You know, she is a little smaller statured, but that doesn't bother us whatsoever. We love her in terms of her structure and her rib. We do think she maybe sets down a little softer off of both ends, but we don't see the heifer that starts the class as not really sound as well. This heifer, we love the rib cage that she drops down. We do just want to make her just a little neater up through her front end going forward for that heifer to be a contender in this division. The young man's heifer we have coming out next, we thought 3 and 4 were close. We thought 3 was just a bit more attractive up through her front one third, and the way she is about the crest of her neck and her throat and down through her chest, we'd like to set her back in terms of her shoulder and give her a little more reach off of her hind leg. That's an advantage that we give to the bigger, stouter heifer that comes next. That heifer is really bold and opened up. She is a little sounder in the way she angles out of her shoulder, but also this female carrying plenty of shoulder, a little more condition, not quite the attractiveness up front. The young lady's heifer we have coming out next we thought was the soundest of the remaining 3, that was the most set back off of both ends. We just like to give her a little more body shape than when you compare her to. Actually, the young lady that's in the last spot is supposed to be in front of this heifer right here. So you're third, actually third from last. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention there at the end, but this heifer we used because she was sounder and bigger bodied than those 2 heifers in the class. Those 2 heifers just need to have more body and be better structured.
Well, currently in ring 1, we are bringing in all your firsts and seconds. We're going to select a champion reserve here in Division 2. And back over in the Hereford ring, we do have the results of that last class. First place and congratulations to Kinley Daly of Kingston, Oklahoma. Second place was exhibited by Vivian Everhart of Middletown, Indiana. Third place exhibited by Riley Gregory Rhodes. Fourth place in that class, and congratulations to Holden Roeder. Fifth place was exhibited by Harper Rose Starnes. Sixth place in that class, and congratulations to Maya Bevan. And seventh place was exhibited by Cooper Madeline and Wyatt Weber.
On the limousine side, we come to the close of our first division, and there was 8 classes within this division, and I guess the only thing I'll leave you with is I would sure say that not knowing the percentages, limb flex versus purebred limmies, I would say that this summer into next fall, this breed is in really, really good shape for the junior show heifers that will be presented across the country. I sure think tremendous set. And I think the biggest challenge for me is in a calf division of this size and magnitude and the age we go from June to March, there's a lot of things that happen, from a June to a March in terms of growth and maturity and development. And I try to, keep the sigmoid-shaped growth curve and maturity in line. As I look at the first 4 classes, I'd call these grade schoolers. Then we get class 5 through 8. We get into more that 5th, 6th grade going towards junior high. And so trying to equate, if these cattle do this, and if they do that, which one's going to be the best? And I don't think any judge ever wants to use an animal that doesn't have a bright future. We all think, sit out here and think we're some visionaries looking into a crystal ball. Well, we use the resources that are provided to us. We try to make the most calculated decisions, and I sure think the pair that I've got in mind, there was 4 calves within this division that hit me very, very hard. How you put those 4 together to get to 2, I think it's really interesting with that stated. So I'm a first impression judge. The champion hit me hard, very, 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 very hard in class, still does today. And I think is that grade school kid that you just know when you watch him play t-ball or you watch him play basketball, they're going to be a D1 player someday. Reserves a power cow, just tremendous amounts of substance and growth. So not going to talk each class winner individually. I would ask that you put your hands together. The junior exhibitors out here have been doing a great job showing their limousine cattle.
Well, congratulations over here in the limousine ring. Your champion in our first division. We'll go to back number 91-97. Congratulations to McKenna Richardson of Eureka, Kansas. And our reserve division is going to go to Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa, with SSUL 2412KET. Congratulations to all of those exhibitors. Well, at this time, after some of our divisions over here in the limousine show, we are going to announce some of our Medal of Excellence winners. We'd like to say a big congratulations in the Central Region. The Bronze Limflex Bull Auto, How It's Done, 1219 HET. Congratulations to Pinnager Limousine of Springfield, Missouri. Also in the Central Region, bronze winner Limflex Bull ELCX Just Me 126 JET, exhibited by Twin Willow Farms of Stafford, Missouri. From the Eastern Region, bronze Limflex Bull KBCY Julie Kings Landing 057 JET. Congratulations to Shane Kendall of Magnolia, North Carolina. Also from the Eastern Region, bronze Limflex Bull CLAC Defiant 22 KET, exhibited by Campbell Land and Cattle, Sycamore, Pennsylvania. In the Central Region, silver Limflex Bull LFL Jackknife 1024 JET, Lance Sennett of Waynetown, Indiana, and Bruce Lawrence of Ann, Texas. Eastern Region, silver Limflex Bull PFL Jack Daniel Liliana Portwood of Versailles, Kentucky. And congratulations to our gold winners, Central Region Gold Limflex Bull DLTK Jouster 107J, J Cattle and Minert Show Cattle of Maxwell, Iowa. And your Eastern Region Gold Limflex Bull ELCX Jouster 129JET, Edwards Landing Cattle and TBH Farms. Congratulations to all of those exhibitors.
Really a strong division of polled heifers here, and there's some differences when we get them back out here, but we're very happy with our class winners. Young man's heifer out of our first class, we thought handled that class pretty handily. Female that's really nice up to her front end. We thought she was the best combination of having some power and some dimension while being attractive and being one of the sounder ones that we had out within that class. When you get her out here, you maybe like to give her just a shot more forerib. There's maybe a couple places you'd tweak her when she gets out on the move, but I think a great female that has a tremendous rib in her. The young man does a really nice job. That heifer's fit very nice. I think just a female with a good future. The heifer that was second to her we really liked. She was strong topped, probably a little leveler out of her hip. She had a nice hind leg, but got a little straighter up front. The heifer that wins our next class, one that I think is really, really intriguing to us. You know, her foot size and her bone, her rib cage, her dimension. A heifer that's still fresh in terms of her condition. You know, we'd like to see her maybe a little more feminine and prettier headed. But this heifer, within her class, you know, she was quite a bit farther along than some of the other heifers in there. But you get her back out here, this heifer kind of fits right where she needs to be. This heifer has a lot of ESTs as far as when you compare to contemporaries. We think she's the soundest. We think she's the biggest bodied. And you get off on the side of her, and she's as nice balanced as any. Just like to see her a little more feminine headed. The heifer out of the last class, I think, has that advantage. She's more ladylike about her head. Female, that's her neck ties higher out of the top side of her shoulder. Female, it's very extended. Female that, you know, she's not as mature bodied as the heifer right in front of her. She's maybe not as square going away from you. We think this heifer out of the last class is very sound. She wants to set in just a little bit on the inside of her hind leg, but we read a lot of future in this heifer. We think she's very attractive. Her balance is very good. When you get off to the side of her, she's very fresh. Today, she's maybe not as dimensional as we get her out here, and maybe not quite as square right there at the ground, but really a nice set. The other two second place heifers are really nice, but it does come down to these three. We're going to talk one more time, and then we'll go out and pick them for you. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause for a great set.
Well, congratulations over here in the Hereford ring in Division 2. A big congratulations going to J.W. Teets of Lost River, West Virginia, with BACC 629, Georgia K 208 ET. And congratulations, reserve champion in that second division over here in the Hereford ring. Congratulations to Kinley Daly of Kingston, Oklahoma, with BKCMCC Kalamazoo 245 KET. Congratulations to all of those exhibitors. Now in the Hereford ring, we'll look to bring in Class 7 pulled junior heifer calves born February 2nd to February 28th.
Got a really strong set of February limmies in here that look at their genetic values, and nobody's really out of line, but I would compliment the set of cattle in terms of their ribeye area values going down the column. There's an opportunity to inject muscle in one shot with this particular group of 5. In terms of visual appraisal, I love the heifer that starts this class. Smooth jointed, female looking, great body, extra flexible. She's good on the stand. She's great in motion, and that's what I would prefer in terms of studying cattle. Not the burliest legged, but I sure think everything fits appropriately. Good heifer to start this drive. She's a little smoother in her tail head, a little longer in her hip than what our heifer is in second. Our heifer in second has that strong limousine character about her head. Really a good forerib set in her, good shoulder design. I think a strong built female. This heifer will get her rear feet outside her skeleton just a little differently, and her tail head will come up just a little odd when she's in motion. Heifer in third, got the big hind leg, got the big stout hip, got the high performing look. If you does study the slope to the shoulder, down through the forearm and front foot, this heifer's a little tilted forward there in her forearm. I'd set that back in her, change the shape to her neck on the bottom side of her neck, then from there back, that heifer's got a tremendous amount of value. Switched the 4 and 5. Both these cattle are a little behind in terms of performance. The heifer that comes in 4, good line down her top line, just enough nickel vertical on the stand. When she gets in motion, she'll come up just a little short in terms of her step, just a little straight in terms of her hind leg. Heifer that comes next didn't want to show as well. This heifer, when she gets in motion, she'll really tuck up underneath herself and push forward on the young lady, just not as relaxed in the ring. And so it's difficult to get an assessment of how this heifer actually gets out and moves. I think her foot shape's good. I think her body shape's good. She just got to take to feed and get to catching up with some of those other bigger, statter Februaries within this particular group.
Well, congratulations in Ring 2 results of Class 9, your first class of Division 2 in our limousine show. First place and congratulations to Riley Morris of Walnut Grove, Missouri with J6 Caitlin 631 KET. Second place and congratulations to Trace Falkenstein of Oswego, Kansas with Ratliff Knockout 205K. Third place in that class exhibited by Braxton Chaplin of Fredonia, Kansas. Fourth place was exhibited by J.C. Smith, Decatur, Arkansas. In fifth place, exhibited by Caitlin McKenzie Ayers of Gary, Texas. Now in Ring 2, we have Class 10 here in Division 2.
Within this particular class of limousines, I will think about this class on the drive back to Illinois tonight. Not necessarily at the upper end, but then more on the lower end. As we study here, we'll talk about those cattle in a little bit. They're totally different in kind, but they really could have some offerings, some unique opportunities within the breed. To me, the young man has shown him a nice set of calves today. This is another one of them. Good bodied, good jointed, moderate, easy keeping kind of cattle. Nothing fundamentally wrong, just really, really good in terms of her a unique blend of the body, the function, the utility that we need. She's sounder behind than what her heifer is in second. Heifer in second's the next one in terms of depth of body and easy maintenance kind of look. When this thing gets in motion, she'll get a little up on her toe, get a little excessive in the set to her hind leg, and I think that distorts her balance and motion. But when she's on the stand, I think she fits together very well. Settle the tail head down in our heifer in third, and strengthen her rear foot and hind leg just. I think this is really a nice kind of a female out here. Got a good look, got a good balance, got a really nice front 2/3 of her. I'd alter her hip and hind leg just a shade. Young man that comes in fourth, if you study the genetic values on this limousine female, she is curve bending in terms of her weaning yearling and growth columns, tremendous. Looks like she wants to generate bulls all day long. Big bodied, high performance, strong built. In a heifer female show ring setting, just a little quick in her step behind, a little plain featured in her neck. I wanted to comment about the 9258 heifer. If this heifer gets body, and that's what took me so long, and I walked them again, big feet, good lines, good looking, get her bred early, get her body down. If she does, she will be a hammer next fall. If she doesn't, she'll be a little extreme in her frame size. I studied her, tried to decide what she's going to do. It'll be interesting to watch that cattle go throughout her growth curve and maturity. I like that heifer a good deal to close a class here at the Cattlemen's Congress.
Well, congratulations back in the limousine ring. We have the results of Class 10. First place, and congratulations goes to Ben Spencer, Gibbon, Nebraska, with J6 Caitlin 565 KET. Second place, exhibited by Hadley Arts of Aldrich, Missouri, with Auto KLS Kindle ET. Third place in that class, exhibited by Sierra Rathel of Gerald, Texas. Fourth place went to Trotter Thomas of Sterling, Colorado. And fifth place, and congratulations to Delia Labor of Hillsboro, Ohio. Now in ring 2 is Class 11 here in Division 2.
Well, I think one of the deepest classes we've had today, but also one of the more challenging ones. There's good heifers all the way up and down the line. There's maybe not that one that suits you in every single category. The heifer that we have in second wasn't the one we initially were going to use, but as we started breaking the cattle down and faulting the cattle, we found ourselves seeing this heifer is the most complete and functional in terms of her design. And when you compare her to the heifer right behind her, we just think there's more of her. We think there's more size and cannon bone. We think there's more length. And we think there's actually more dimension when you get up on top of the cattle. She's maybe just a little out in her elbow and maybe a tick straight up to her front end, but she gets out and hits her stride. She's got a nice foot on her. When the young lady gets her set up, these two girls are both very nice showmen. Heifer that balance good, gives you good swoop to her belly. Really like a lot of things about the heifer in second. She's a little tighter up front than the heifer we start with, a little skinnier from the top of her neck down to the bottom. A heifer that really does drop a nice rib, a heifer that's nice off of her hind leg. When you get up on top of this heifer and you watch her come and go, she's a little narrower as she comes and goes. There's not as much size, not as much dimension, and not as much, I don't think, overall power in that heifer, but a nice female. The heifer that comes out next, if she's more attractive about her crest and cleaner about her throat, I think this heifer can win the class because we like her in terms of her structural design. She's set back at her knee. A heifer that's relaxed and deep through her center body. Heifer that's just a little plainer up through her front end. The heifer that comes out next, when you get her set up from her shoulder back, is just really, really nice. She's long and she's level and she's powerful out of her hip. A heifer that moves off of her hind leg pretty good. She gets a little straighter when you compare her to the ones in front of her. Like to clean her up right there in her throat latch. This young lady's heifer that coming out next is one that has a lot of intriguing parts. I caught her moving a couple times where I didn't like the way that she's set out of her hock, but Kyle has made mention, and I certainly agree, that the rest of this heifer's got enough quality to her to get this heifer up where she's really long, she's good-bodied. Just want to make that heifer travel a little more coordinated off of her hind leg. Young lady's heifer we have coming out next maybe does so, but that heifer we want to see a little more of in terms of actual rib shape, actual dimension from behind. If you analyze her where her chest floor sits in relationship to her flank, just like to balance her up a tick nicer. Young man's heifer's got some intriguing parts here. She's long-necked and big-topped. Heifer that's round-ribbed. You just want to drop her down in terms of her rib, give her a little more angle off of both of her skeleton. She gets a little straighter. Heifer coming out next has a little bit more set to her, but not the attractiveness. We get on down the line, some cattle that maybe just need balanced up a little better or to get out and hit their stride a little better when you set them into motion.
Got another awesome class here on the limousine side, and my compliments to all four of the exhibitors. I'm really studying our top pair because I think it's wickedly close, and I know judges on occasion say if I could put this on this and then we'd have the ultimate package. Well, regardless of species of livestock you're breeding and raising, that's the essence. We want to take the uniqueness of everything and put them in one, and it's difficult to do. I'll talk the differences. I like the top pair, good deal. I don't think they're the same kind of cattle, but I still think they represent really, really outstanding livestock. Heifer that starts our class is a first impression kind of creature. I mean, she is built for a show ring. She is cool-headed, cool neck, flat back, good hind-legged, moves good when she gets out in motion, and she is jazzy when you study her as her own. Her unique proportionality is memorable in my opinion. Now, as we buy heifer calves and we take them through their growth curve, this heifer in terms of her knee, got to stay strong enough there, have enough foundation, and I think if she does that, man, that thing's hard to replicate in terms of her build. What I like about the one in second is the limousine character about this thing's head, her foot, her forearm. This is a power cow in number 2, and I love that about her. If I could put that front leg and that strength of skeleton on our class winner, we could just call the show over and move on from there. Tremendous future in this one, not only in the show ring, but I think when set back in production, this is where this thing's going to leave a mark. She looks like a generator, not quite as good in terms of her hip, not quite as attractive in terms of her hind leg, but that is a power cow from one end of her framework to the other. Young lady in third picked the wrong class to be in within this division because this is a good cattle. She's not as comfortable behind as either of the two are. She'll be just a little more insecure, and then her tailhead will pop up just a shade more than what that top pair will. But here's a great body design, a beautiful look up front. Neither of the middle pair of cattle are quite as strong in their growth values as the one in fourth. The one in fourth is a performance-driven cattle by genetic values, and she looks like a performance cow. Loose structure, big-bellied, high-performing, efficient kind of cattle, and I like that about her in a female setting. She's a little rougher patterned at the top of her shoulder. She just doesn't tie her unique performance pieces together quite as smoothly as what those three that precede her. That's a real strong set of four. Limousine breeders ought to be proud of that set.
Well, congratulations back in the Hereford ring. We have the results of Class 7. First place, and congratulations to Lauren Brady and Nicholas Jones of Darlington, Wisconsin, with Wildcat Pristine 2605 ET. Second place, and congratulations in that class, exhibited by Lauren Frederick of Hutchinson, Kansas, with GSCC Thunderbird K06. Third place in that class, exhibited by Coven Lewis of Ryan, Oklahoma. Fourth place, exhibited by Hudson Carter of Stratford, Oklahoma. Fifth place, exhibited by Lily Miles of Morgantown, Indiana. Sixth place, and congratulations to Hannah Werner of Randolph, Minnesota. Seventh place was exhibited by Mitch Vanderwall of Howard, South Dakota. Eighth place went to Kendall Sadler of Tryon, Oklahoma. Ninth place in that class, exhibited by Julia, Jacqueline, Johanna, and Caroline Studer of Frankfort, Kansas. 10th place in that class will go to Cassidy Pope of Canton, Oklahoma. And 11th, congratulations to Tegan Hames. Now in ring 1, we have Class 8 here in your polled junior heifer division.
Individual entry here to finish our January or early spring division. Got a really a high-performing, long-bodied one. I like this heifer's genetic values in terms of calving ease and birth weight. I think are sure in check. Not the strongest in terms of genetic values for growth, but visually this heifer's got extension, length of body. She's a big kind of a mature cow. Got lots of grow and extension. Good individual entry. Be a nice division here to put together.
Well, and congratulations over in the Limousine ring. To catch you up on placings from Class 11, first place was exhibited by Madison Ori of Indianola, Oklahoma. Second place, and congratulations to Trace Falkenstein of Oswego, Kansas. Third place was exhibited by Paisley King of Fort Worth, Texas. And fourth place, exhibited by Edwards Land and Cattle Company. In Class 12, first place over here in the Limousine ring, congratulations to Alyssa Hamilton of Spring, Texas. Now in ring 2, we'll bring in those firsts and seconds, and our judge will select his champion reserve out of Division 2.
Really a nice class of early January heifers here. It was a little challenging to sort, but this heifer, I was all the way down at the other end getting a drink of water when she walked in down here, and she hit me pretty hard. I think that's a very striking, elegant fronted heifer that's very fresh and honest in her condition. Drops down a nice rib, very functional hip and hind leg design. Heifer that gets out and hits her stride really well. You know, she every once in a while can be just a little different in her front end structure, but I think this heifer balance is really nice. She's really fresh and attractive. When you compare to the heifer in second, I think she is a little tidier, and the way she's designed from the top to the bottom of her neck, I think this heifer handles herself with a little more power and dimension off of her hip and hind leg. The young lady's heifer in second, I think, is going to have better days when she wants to act a little better. But we find this heifer, although she's not showing herself off today, and she's a hard one to read today because she's fighting in terms of her structure, we see a lot of quality and just eye appeal in this heifer and substance and foot size and bone. We like her size and her shoulder design and her throat a little better than the heifer right behind her. This heifer, when you compare to the one in front of her, I do think is not as dimensional, isn't as big-bodied, not quite the length of neck that the heifer we has to start with. We like some things about this big, powerful heifer for having that much dimension and overall volume. A heifer that still gets out and is pretty true in terms of her stride. We thought she had a more functional hind leg than the one that sits right behind her. She has more set to her hock. Female that comes a little square up front as well. This heifer, the light yellow heifer that comes in next, is one that at first, really struck me pretty hard because she's tiny-necked and she's big-bodied. You get in behind her, and for us, she gets, not as dimensional. She doesn't have quite as much down her top and out from behind. And when she get her stopped and on the move, you just want to change her off of her hind leg. Young lady's heifer, we thought coming out next, just has more body and cow power to her than the two heifers we have remaining. Both really nice females coming out next. Just want to give them a little more substance to their center body. Nice class of females.
Well, congratulations in the Hereford ring. Results of Class 8. First place will go to Colin and Landon Dietzman of Leesburg, Indiana, with Dietzman Kiss to Remember, 6KT. Second place, and congratulations to Morgan Jackson of Kaufman, Texas. Third place was exhibited by Blake and Bryce Bransel of Endeavor, Wisconsin. Fourth place, exhibited by Brianna Bartlow of Monticello, Illinois. Fifth place went to Emma Lynn of Purcell, Oklahoma. Sixth place in that class, and congratulations to Maya Bevan. In seventh place, exhibited by Taylor Mars. Now in ring 1, we have Class 9 here in your Polled Junior Heifer division.
I realize I'm biased, but I sure think a great set of class winners out here and a really, really good set of second-place cattle to go ahead and study. I've shared my comments with you as we went through your first division. This will be our second division of the female show, and trying to put the pieces of the puzzle together to make sure that the final drive within your female show makes sense to me and has that essence of elegance that the Limousine are known for, with the quality and the horsepower that go along with it. And I sure think we have effective representation out here. Your champion hit me pretty hard within class. I think reserve gets real close out here. I'm going to take one more look at them. My compliments once again to the breeders, to the exhibitors, doing an excellent job out here. Let's put our hands together and show these exhibitors our appreciation for their efforts today.
Well, congratulations over here in the Limousine ring. Your Division II champion coming out of Class 11. Congratulations to Madison Ori of Indianoma, Oklahoma, with JKOS Vashti 1312K. Well, congratulations back over here in the limousine ring. Your reserve in Division 2 coming out of that same class. Congratulations, Trace Falkenstein of Oswego, Kansas with Ratliff. Keep up the charm. We're now going to bring in Class 13 here in Division 3.
Go ahead and talk this pair from the microphone as they're in motion, and I think that's what sorts this particular pair. Young lady's going to win this class. You study this heifers on paper, and man, she puts a lot of unique genetic values together within this breed. Then you visually study her, and she's got that strong build, that power cow look, that volume and substance and functionality. And what I like most about her is for a cattle with that strong a genetic script, oftentimes visual appeal, they won't maybe be as attractive. I think this heifer puts a lot of female characteristics together visually, and then genetically she's very strong. Also, heifer in second, immaculately presented and on the stand. You like a lot of things about this cattle. This heifer gets in motion, and her lines and angles go up and get just a nickel vertical and tight, and as a result, she's just a little short stepping out here on both ends. Really good body, good muscle, big bone kind of a cattle. Just want to change her function in terms of length of stride, flexibility just a shade.
Well, congratulations in the limousine ring. Out of Class 13, first place goes to Minor Limousine of Stratford, Missouri, with MINO Juniper 031J. And congratulations in second place, Tucker Parkinson of Levelland, Texas, with PC Journey 111J. Now entering ring 2 is Class 14 here in Division 3.
Really a nice class, and I think it ends up coming down to these two. I think they're the most striking females that are the highest in terms of their quality. The one that hit both Kyle and I the hardest from the initial onset of the gate was the heifer we're going to go ahead and start with. She's one of the most attractive females that we've seen thus far today. Really like their shoulder design and the way her shoulder blends into her forerib. Heifer that ties nice out of her top of her shoulder into her neck. One big advantage I think she has over the heifer in second is down her top line. She's a little better in behind her shoulders and loin and maintains her hip a little bit better. Heifer that has a really, really nice hind leg to her. Heifer that gets out and travels well. Her color every once in a while will make it look like she's a little straighter up through her front end, but I think it's more the coloring there than anything, because when you get her out and you set her into motion, heifer that gets out and travels very nicely. Heifer we have coming out next is one that's just very complete. I think a heifer that's more dimensional than the heifer that follows her. She has more chest floor, she has more top, she has more shape from behind than the heifer that's in third. Female that is pretty good when you get her out and set her into motion. Just maybe not quite as striking as the heifer we start with, not quite as good in terms of her top line, but I think a really nice female. And the heifer that comes out next, we think is just a bit more attractive than the young man's heifer next. Heifer we would just like to widen out just a little bit in terms of her chest. She gets a little flatter from behind. The young man's heifer's got one coming out next that, there's a lot of things you like about that heifer because she is a powerhouse. She's wide-bodied. Going to be very easy to maintain female. We moved her up a spot just because she's a little cowier than the one right behind her. Female just gets with that a little plainer up to her front end. Young lady's heifer, I thought of the remaining three, was easily the soundest. Probably she's more sensible in terms of her size and belly than the one that comes in next. And the one that comes in next, although needs to be dropped down and softened up, I think there's just enough performance and dimension advantage to get over the heifer that concludes.
November was a good month to be a limousine, evidently, last year. Tremendous set of three out here to evaluate. You look at the data and genetic values, and they're solid, they're strong. There's no really outliers of negativity. I think they're in the right direction from that standpoint. So visually study, not taking anything away from the heifer in third, but we have a pair of really, really nice ones, unique ones to study. The heifer wins our class, man. You get in front of her, there's a lot of cow there. There's a lot of strength. There's a lot of volume, a lot of substance, and she maintains that when you get in behind her in terms of pin set and squareness behind. Get the cattle in motion, and I think she's very acceptable in terms of her ability to get out and go, and I think hard to deny that that much power with that much presence. Love the maternal cow look and build in the one in second. Long-necked, thin-necked heifer, a really sweeping body. I like that about her a good deal. When she gets in motion, I don't see her quite as strong at her pin set, quite as strong as her hip that I do our class winner. But, man, her angles are right. Her length of step is right in the front two-thirds. That's just a really, really nice pair and a close pair to put together. Young lady that comes in third, not the body, not the uniqueness, but the fundamentals are still there in terms of a good foot. Angles are appropriate. Muscularity is good in this female. Strength and substance and character about her head is good. Just not the lines and uniqueness that we had in that top pair.
Well, congratulations back over in the Hereford ring. Results of Class 9. First place and congratulations to Bo Ann Graves. Second place was exhibited by Ella Weldon, Piedmont, Oklahoma. Third place and congratulations to Blakely Stelzer. Fourth place was exhibited by Wyatt and Quade McIntyre. Fifth place in that class and congratulations to Harper Rose Starnes. Sixth place was exhibited by Tegan Hames. And seventh place exhibited by Jonathan Holbrook. Now in ring 1, we are going to select your champion reserve here in our pulled junior heifer to calf division. Back over in the limousine ring, congratulations. In Class 14, first place exhibited by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Second place was exhibited by Delia Labor of Hillsboro, Ohio. And third place, and congratulations to Amanda Purvis. We also at this time would like to announce your next Medal of Excellence winners. Congratulations in the South Central Region, Gold Limflex Bull, ELCX High Time 065 HET. Exhibited by Anderson Farms, James David Byers III, Linhart Limousine, Route 66 Cattle Company, Davis Limousine Ranch, and Edwards Land and Cattle Company. Congratulations to those folks. South Central Region Silver Limflex Bull, CHAC Jed 472J, Logan Joseph Chatchery of Dayton, Texas. South Central Region Bronze Limflex Bull, LFL Judson 1011J, Tucker Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. The Western Region Gold Limflex Bull, ACTIS Mr. Bismarck 70J, Actus Ranch of Toll House, California. Central Region Gold Limflex Female, DEBV Jennifer Aniston 145 JET Dalton Miller of Traynor, Iowa. Central Region Silver Limflex Female, PRF R&K Jasmine Ty Freed of Fairbury, Illinois. And Central Region Bronze Limflex Female, LJRJ CSVN Miss 24 Carat 811 JET Kessler Collins of Flanagan, Illinois. Congratulations to those folks.
As we get out here for your junior heifer calf division, your polled show, really a nice set of cattle, and it's always intriguing. I find that every show, each and every class, offers different groupings, different ways you have to look at the class, and we believe if you just pick the one that's got the fewest faults, when you get them back out here, you like them even better than when you initially did. And I think in this division, when we get them out here, we were really pleased and thought the cattle fit better together maybe than what we did when the individual classes came out. The heifer out of our first class is one that's tremendously big-bodied, a heifer that's really wide-chested, really powerful when you analyze her from her hooks back and her pins down. A heifer, when you get her out, she's maybe just a tick straighter up through her shoulder. She's maybe a little bolder about her shoulder. She has just a tick more birth weight than the two behind her, but I love that heifer in terms of her body. I think one that's got that much substance. They've done a nice job keeping that heifer fresh and still youthful in terms of her presentation. The heifer in the middle is one that, she's got some parts and pieces of her that we like the best. From the side, I think she probably paints the best picture in terms of length, in terms of belly swoop, a heifer that we love her hind leg, a heifer that is a little different in the way she moves up front, and a heifer that when you get in front of her and behind her probably is the flattest in terms of her shape and dimension, but from the side I think offers a lot of traits that are very popular and things we look for. The heifer out of the last class is very intriguing as well. This heifer, you don't really realize it when you initially see her because she's a little bigger, she's a little longer. This heifer's shapely. This heifer has a lot of muscle and a lot of power down her top. She's really powerfully constructed from behind. She's fresh in her condition. Kyle said, she's a little bit, she's just turning a year of age. She's not as mature as in terms of her center body cavity of the other two heifers, but I think she's got plenty. And we read that heifer with that kind of muscle and dimension. They're not gonna get fat quite as easy and drop down as much belly, but we like this heifer quite well. We talked about in class the coloring on the way her front leg sets into the point of her shoulder can make her look just a little more upright in her shoulder, but she actually gets out and moves the best out of her front end. We like a couple of these seconds pretty well. We think it's close, but we think there is one that suits us the best. Kyle's going to go pick her, and we're going to look at that second place to her for reserve. Let's give him a nice round of applause.
Well, congratulations in the Hereford ring coming out of your junior heifer calf division. Champion will come out of that last class, class 9. Congratulations to Bo Ann Graves. And congratulations, your reserve in that division coming out of Class 8. Congratulations to Colin and Landon Dietzman of Leesburg, Indiana, with Dietzman Kiss to Remember 6KET. Now in the Hereford ring, we're going to bring in Class 10 here in your next division.
We had started back in the limousine show, and I like these cattle and study them in motion, and I sure think the heifer that wins our class, first of all, in terms of condition, I like where she's at for an October at this stage in the game and development. Throughout the winter, I think condition is good and appropriate. I like this heifer's chest floor, and I like where her front foot and knee set in her. Young man gets her set up, and she's really got a captivating look. A good clean joint behind, a good rear foot, good hind leg, gets out and goes very nicely. Heifer in second has the flesh advantage today and depth of body advantage through the center part of her. As you take her from there forward, though, her shoulder knee doesn't set in her quite as well. A little heavier condition down through her chest. You love the volume. You love the moderation of very well presented cattle. Good hind leg. Just like to alter and change her up front down through her chest floor just a shade. Young man that comes in third, a long-bodied, good line cattle. If you study proportions and extensions, things don't fit together quite as impressively as what our top pair do. Heifer's good in terms of her structure. Just got to add more body to make her balance out here today.
Well, congratulations in the limousine ring. Class 15, first place, go to back number 9282. BNTL Jill ET, exhibited by Bentley London of Collinsville, Texas. Second place in that class, and congratulations will go to Morgan Jackson of Kaufman, Texas. In third place goes back number 9283, Cage Hill Harris of Lawton, Oklahoma. Now in ring 2, we're going to bring in Class 16 here in Division 3.
Another solid class of limousine heifers out here, and look at the paper, and I sure think they're, once again, just a real solid set of genetic values. I don't think there's any curb benders in any direction. Visually studying the cattle, without a doubt, the power cow of this particular group starts this class. Good-bodied, good balanced. I think she gets out and handles herself really well and has quite a bit of rib advantage over the heifer in second. Heifer in second has huge feet and has good angles. And I think the pieces are there for her to really develop and come on and be a very strong big bred next summer. The challenge is today she just needs more body, needs more depth to her today to run with our class winner. But I love that thing's running gear. She's great at the ground. Heifer in third's got more to her today than what the heifer that precedes her in class. But as we study structure, angles, and comfort, this is the most rigid cattle in terms of their build and skeletal quality of the three. So as a result, she'll close this good set of three females.
Well, congratulations over in the limousine ring. Results on a Class 16 first place went to back number 9289. Auto Jelly 223 JET, exhibited by Josie Wilkins of Lamar, Arkansas. Second place in that class, and congratulations to Carly Mae Harris of Lawton, Oklahoma. Third place will go to Britt Drake of Guthrie, Oklahoma. Now entering ring 2, we have Class 17. This will be your final class here in Division 3.
Great class and a nice way to finish our division out here. We have a three-quarter blood that's going to start this class that has got strength and power and muscle. Tremendous on paper. You sure like her ribeye, EPD, and you like where she's at there in terms of that growth and muscularity, that blend. Visually, very, very strong, very powerful, good foot shape, good angles, and I think handles this class solidly. I think 2 and 3 are close. I think the heifer that's got a little more look and lines and just a attractiveness is going to be second today. I'll be the first to admit I'd like to loosen her up. She just seems a little sore-footed, so I not want to get off of her front end, maybe the most comfortable today, but I still think the lines, the underline, the hip, and the hind leg, the way her tail head sets in her, a little more attractive than her heifer in third. Heifer in third's huge bone, big legs, flexible joints, and I like that about her. She's a little plain-headed, and then it kind of tells the story from their back. I'd like to just shape her a little differently and give her just a little more attractive look out here. A good set of three, a nice way to finish our division.
Well, congratulations in the limousine ring. Class 17, first place will go to Keely Campbell Schultz of Danielsville, Georgia, with KLCS MK Jam Packed. Second place in that class, and congratulations Ross Turner of Oolaga, Oklahoma. And third place in that class, exhibited by Carly Favor of Marshfield, Missouri. We're now bringing those firsts and seconds in. Our judge will select his champion reserve here in Division 3.
Wow, this is a really good class. You don't always expect for the November class to be quite this strong. I mean, there is good ones all the way up and down this line, and cattle that offer tremendous quality. And you know, it was a unique class to judge because how we ended up seeing them wasn't necessarily how they hit us at the beginning. We both liked the heifer that came in from the beginning, though. I think this heifer. Sheep is the most complete package in terms of structure, having some muscle and some power and some dimension while still being feminine, still having enough belly to her. You know, she's a little bit like the heifer that won the last division. She's right over a year. You know, they can get to where if they have some size and some length, they're not quite as swoopy. But this heifer has plenty of depth. Really good upper rib shape, really muscular. She has a big advantage over the heifer in second in terms of power. And I'm not a power guy, but there's quite a bit in terms of power coming out of this heifer's shoulder, in particular from behind when you compare her to the heifer that comes out next. Very nicely presented heifer, and this heifer's quality just kept getting her up the line for us. Initially, we thought she was a little flat, and she wasn't wanting to come in at her hind legs and not handle them as comfortably. The longer that heifer's gotten out here, the better she's moved. This young lady has gotten her settled down and really showcasing what this heifer's qualities are, which is her side view. This heifer is really attractive up through her front 1/3 and tidy about her chest. She does drop a little nicer center than the heifer that we have. She maybe has a little more set to her back leg than that heifer, but she doesn't move with as much authority as the heifer that we have, and just gets a little flatter when you get in from behind. A heifer that we really liked just in terms of her movement, her flexibility, her foot size, and her joint work is the young lady's heifer in third. When you compare to those two right in front of her, she doesn't have quite the show ring look to her and the crest of her neck and up through her neck, but I like a lot of things about that heifer young lady. I love her rib cage. She's got the right angles to her structure, and that's going to keep that heifer competitive as a senior yearling. The heifer that comes out next we like really square out of her hip, really strong and in terms of her top line. A heifer that gets a little flatter and narrower when she comes and goes. She gets just a little longer toed and not quite as good in terms of her movement. The young ladies heifer that we have coming out next, the young heifer in the class, it's a December. We like this heifer in terms of her hip and hind leg. She gets a little deeper chested. Heifer doesn't show you quite as much swoop to her rib cage. A unique heifer that comes out next. This heifer, we like her on the move pretty well. She is a little bow-legged, but we like the length of stride. We like the set she has to her legs. Or we want to change her as you get her on the side view. We'd like to balance her a little bit better. In terms of her chest floor, she gets a little harder through her center body. And then when you get her out on the move, she wants to break a little in her loin. The heifer that comes out next we thought was just more powerful than the two that we have remaining. And the two heifers we have remaining, two young people doing an exceptional job. Cattle we just wanted to maybe fix in terms of their eye appeal or their structure.
On the limousine side, we come to a division once again, and trying to put the pieces of the puzzle together to have that culminating event of a female show, and each breed respective or each age respective division winner fitting their age and fitting their size and maturity. I think we've got a tremendous set out here. We've talked them in class. That some of these cattle visually are all really good. I think there's some variation as class winners as you study the genetic values and what you want to do with these cattle when you set them back into production, but really, really good, tremendous set. There's a pair of them that I thought were very, very close, or at least to me the toughest decision within this division occurred within a class, and I'm going to keep that pair together for grain and reserve within this particular group. I ask you to put your hands together, and we'll bring this division to a close.
Well, congratulations over here in the limousine ring. Your champion in that division goes to Sarah Sullivan of Dunlap, Iowa, coming out of class of 14. And congratulations, your reserve champion, also coming out of class 14. Congratulations to Delilah Labor of Hillsboro, Ohio. Congratulations once again to those exhibitors. We'll now look to get started with your next division. We're going to bring in class 18. Back over in the Hereford ring, we have the results of our last class that was here with us in ring 1, class 10. First place, and congratulations to Sailor Norvell of Tuttle, Oklahoma, with WF Mirror Image 1300 ET. Second place in Sailor's class was exhibited by Riley Harris of Canton, Texas. Third place and congratulations goes to Kaya Rhodes of Ada, Oklahoma. Fourth place was exhibited by Madeline Brahman of Refugio, Texas. Fifth place in that class, and congratulations to Lauren Brady and Nicholas Jones. Sixth place was exhibited by Gage Creamer. Seventh place in that class, exhibited by Abby Burkham. Eighth place went to Clayton Musser, and ninth place in that class, and congratulations to Carly, Katie, and Clayton Musser. Now in ring 1, we have class 11 here in your pulled senior heifer calf division.
The old go-to phrase is always in an individual entry, they could stand some more competition, and sometimes I mean it and sometimes I don't. This one can handle a lot more heat than what's currently in the ring. This is a July that in line in her genetic values. You watch her come in the ring, and she's got the strength, she's got the character, she's got the body, she's got the joints. That thing right there, real solid way to start this division. My compliments to the young lady.
Well, congratulations over here in the limousine ring. Result of Class 18. First place goes to Carly Payne of Sharpsburg, Maryland. Next class in the ring will be Class 19. This will be your final class here in Division 4.
We officially have us a absolute heater division. If you take the previous class winner, bring her back out with this beast that is about to win this class, it's going to be an interesting division, not knowing what else is coming. Other than her current attitude, I really like this creature. I mean, she is one power cow at the ground, soft, squishy feet, massive body, strong head, big build. I like her mature cow size. She weighs a bunch, but she's not a tall cow. She's not a low-set cow. She's right in the middle, and that thing is powerful from one end of her framework to the next. I think 2 and 3 are real close. I like the Heifer in second shoulder design, just a nickel better for me. I think it sets nicer at the top of her shoulder, down around the base of her shoulder, sets just a little smoother, sets a little more collected, and as a result, I think she gets out of her front end a little better. Young man here has got a good shaped cattle, got a good hip cattle. Watch this thing move on both ends, and just a little up on her toes, just a little rigid on both ends. Great class. My compliments.
Well, congratulations in the limousine ring. Class 19, first place to go to Claire Kessler of Crawfordsville, Indiana, with TASF Justice Classy 541 JET. Second place in that class, and congratulations to Ashley Schrag of Mountain Ridge, Kansas. And third place in that class, and congratulations to Turner Sanders of Huntington, Texas. We'll now bring those firsts and seconds in. Our judge will select his champion reserve in Division 4.
I think this is one of those times where a judge would like to phone a friend and maybe take the crowd poll of what you want to do. We've had a great female show to this point, and I've been focused, I've been serious, I've been really trying to study. But I tell you what, this pair within this division, we have Beauty and we have the Beast. The question is, does Beauty have enough Beast? Does Beast have enough beauty? And I think that's what's going through my mind, because the single July entry came in, and I think this thing does a lot of things that I like to see in a show heifer. If our children are hitting the ring as a show dad, you want that look, you want that elegance, you want that natural quality that just exudes, and I think that one does. And I think she represents the limousine breed in terms of where you want to be in strength and power, yet agility and correctness. I think really good. I get in front of her and I say, okay, do you have enough real horsepower to run with this one? This is, in my opinion, what made the limousines great. To me, the limousines were one of the first breeds that had the big squishy hind leg. This thing's got the big squishy hind leg. This thing looks like she wants to generate tremendous amounts of money. She's a good show cow, but she will be, in my opinion, if she generates like what she looks, what she will leave in daughters and bulls, and the impact is tremendous. Out here for a May, is she a little husky down through her chest? Maybe, but she's got a tremendous amount of body, got a tremendous amount of horsepower to go with it. And so the question is there enough beauty there? Down here we've got the show heifer that's perfectly conditioned, perfectly presented for her age and for her growth curve at this particular juncture. I like that one. I like what this one can generate dollars-wise. Both are great females, not taking anything away from the young lady that's second out here, doing a great job. Your champion within this division wins the July class. She's champion. Reserve is the young lady that wins the second class. Please give all three of these young ladies a great round of applause for their efforts.
I always think falls are one of the most difficult things to judge. It seems like, depending on where those cattle are bred within the United States, there's so many differences in terms of type and kind. There's so many differences where these cattle are in terms of their skill to maturity. Kyle and I, we do it every day. We calve them out, we breed them, we rinse them, we blow them, we clip them. Well, now he clips them because he's a lot better, but when it comes down to this was a challenging class for us, and there was a lot of differences. We basically asked ourselves, which one would we take to try to win junior nationals next year as a senior yearling, and this is the one we would take. We find this heifer is the best structured and the best looking up through her front 1/3. She's got great sweep to her body. This heifer gets a little different in her top line when you get her out here on the move, and I think part of that she's a little nervous. But there's a little hair left right there in the middle of her back. And, I think this heifer she paints the best silhouette. She's the best in terms of her structural design. She comes in a little over hawk, but I think this is the heifer that we would take in terms of a structure and quality design to run next year. The heifer that comes out second is one that's very, very powerful, wide-chested, really comes out powerful out of her shoulder. A heifer that really is wide in terms of her pin set. A heifer at the same time gets a little straighter off of both ends and doesn't reach with as much flexibility, particularly out of her shoulder, as that heifer. And when she gets on the move, because you have to hold her up just a little bit, she gets a little up in her top too. The heifer we have in third is one that was, there's things about this heifer that we like, because we think she probably is a little longer striding than the one right in front of her. This heifer, when she comes on the side, you like her balance from her shoulder back. She's long spine, she's feminine, she's a little thicker necked, and when you get behind her, she's a little finer boned and a little frailer bone and a little flatter through her lower quarter, but we liked her flexibility better than the heifer that comes right behind her. The white socked heifer is one that hits you really hard in terms of a bone and foot size, stoutness, very nicely presented heifer, one that just got too straight for us off of both ends and needed to be a bit more flexible. The heifer that comes out next, really muscular up high, really a nice hip in this heifer. Want to square her up out of her front end when she comes at you. The next heifer has probably got that advantage in terms of being a little truer up through her front end structure, a heifer that just is a little plainer when you get her up to her front end. As we get on down the line, really some good females, maybe some females that just don't balance as good as those couple up on top.
On the limousine side, the summers were solid. Now we're going to start the springs, and I think we have a nice way to start. Got a really, really good conditioned April here. Attractive, got character, got a female look about her. Makes a good show cow, and just imagine her with about her fourth calf at side in production. She'll have that youthful, juvenile look throughout her longevity and productive career, and still balance and look quality. Good female here to start this division.
Well, congratulations in the limousine ring. Results of Division 4. Congratulations, your champion was exhibited by Carly Payne of Sharpsburg, Maryland, and reserve in that division went to back number 9301. Congratulations to Claire Kessler of Crawfordsville, Indiana. We moved right into Class 20 over here in the limousine ring. First place in that class exhibited by Carly Mae Harris of Lawton, Oklahoma, with Ratliff Jackpot 140 JET. Now coming into ring 2 is Class 21 here in your next division. Back to the Hereford ring, results of Class 11. Congratulations, first place exhibited by Kinley Daly of Kingston, Oklahoma, with JFR Jackpot Lotto 1051 ET. Second place in that class exhibited by Catherine Coleman of Modesto, California. Third place was exhibited by Sierra Claire and Cricket Collins of Chattanooga, Oklahoma. Fourth place in that class exhibited by Caroline Musson. Fifth place exhibited by Glennings McGurk. Sixth place in that class exhibited by Kaya Rhodes. Seventh place was Crew and Kara Cummins. Eighth place, and congratulations to Kayanne Heck of Putnam, Oklahoma. Ninth place in that class, and congratulations to Hallie Ferguson. Now in ring 1, we have Class 12 pulled senior heifer calves born August 24th to September 17th of 2021. Back over in the limousine ring, we do have some more Medal of Excellence winners to announce. In the Eastern Region, Gold Limflex Female Ratliff Jailbreak 137 JET, Michaela Jo Massey of London, Kentucky. Eastern Region Silver Limflex Female CELL 1401 JET, Carly Payne of Sharpsburg, Maryland. Also in the Eastern Region, Bronze Limflex Female LMCC Dancing Girl 111 JET, Peyton Grimes of Sylvester, Georgia. Midwestern Region, Gold Limflex Female J6 Caitlin 275 HET. Congratulations, Ben Spencer of Gibbon, Nebraska. Midwestern Region Silver Limflex Female DL Jezebel 610 JET, also to Ben Spencer of Gibbon, Nebraska. And Midwestern Region Bronze Limflex Female TASF Jerica 492J, Kaylee White of Woonsocket, South Dakota. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
The decisions stay fiercely competitive on the limousine side of things, and I'll share my thoughts with you on these top three. I think the final three are solid kind of cattle. The upper end here gets pretty wild to evaluate, and you got to decide as we make these females extra wide and extra powerful and extra muscular. What are you willing to accept as a judge or a breeder in terms of front end structure? And I think that plays a critical role in how these cattle are lined up. When I get in front of the cattle and study shoulder, front foot, knee, and then watch them in motion, the cattle that starts our class is the most comfortable up front. Tremendous body, tremendous function, tremendous structure, good big feet underneath of her. And when she gets in motion, she will reach out of her front end to the most comfortable of those. Now, with that stated, I'd let her take just a nickel longer step behind, but I love where she's at in terms of mature cow size, tremendous body, and yet balances very well. For that much mid-rib and body, I think she still remains fresh to her chest. She's fresh on the shape to her neck and clean around her pin set. I think the blend of freshness with body and function, front end design, that's the place to start. I feel bad for this boy in second because this is an 89% limousine female that on the stand is exactly what I came to Oklahoma City to use. Great neck, great shape, beautiful tail head, everything fits right. I was major bummed when this thing got in motion. Her elbow comes out and she rolls off of her front end. And I gave her a couple different times to loosen up and settle in up front. She didn't for me, and I'm bummed because on the stand, that's my class winner. When she gets in motion, that knee, that base of her shoulder, I just got to trust it a little more than what I did. Young man come here. He didn't come to Oklahoma City to be third with his limousine female, and this is a powerful female. Probably the best hind leg of the initial three sets in third. I get in front of this heifer, and she's starting to blow apart at the base of her shoulder and chest just a little bit, particularly for no stouter than she is in her hip and pin set. I want to freshen that neck and shoulder up region just a little, power her up in terms of her hip, settle her tail head down just a shade. Now, I realize I've been very critical on three excellent females, but as a show dad, I would want to know where the judge is at on those three. Those are my thoughts. Great three females, difficult to put together. Young lady, got a stout, powerful, muscular limousine female. To me, she's borderline a little masculine in terms of her build. I want to smoothen her up just a shade. She's so stout, so powerful, she just comes with a little rounder pattern on both ends. On the stand, here's a quality cattle that when she gets in motion, things just get a little rigid in terms of motion. I want her to take it just a little longer, more comfortable step. I'd change the shape to her muzzle. She's a little Roman nosed, little shallow jawed for me personally. Final heifer's got a stronger character about her head, got a good top line, but as we get into these Aprils, this heifer has the least body relative to her frame size and extension. I want to just drop her mid-rib down, let her have just a little more functional, easier doing kind of look through the middle part of her skeleton. Tremendous class, lots of subjectivity in that particular top three.
Well, as we kind of talked about in the last class, these falls are a lot of times in awkward stages, but I think this class is loaded with quality, and I think, it's close all the way up and down, but I think when you just keep it in terms of fundamentals, the three soundest structured Callias twins end up 1 through 3. The heifer that we're going to go ahead and start with, she probably was first for us from the beginning on. That heifer hits you pretty hard. When she gets around the ring, she's one of the loosest structured females we've seen all day. And she does it with extra dimension and extra power. This heifer has just a tremendous amount of shape to her. A heifer that she could have just a little more shape right in behind her shoulders, but she's going to have a little bit more shoulder because she has that extra power. This heifer, when you get on the side of her, balances very well. When you compare to the heifer in second, she's better at the base of her chest. She's a little better through her throat, and I think a female that is a little more dimensional through her center rib than the heifer we have in second. We like the heifer in second. These young girls do an awesome job showing. This heifer we just like for her cow power. We love her from her shoulder back. We love her top line. We love the way she's designed out of her hip. We love her flexibility. We thought this female, when you compare to that one, although this young lady does a nice job showing that heifer and hiding that throat, there's a little there. It probably didn't matter as much as when you analyze her from the side. That chest floor just wants to dip down a little bit, takes a little bit away from her balance. But we thought she still was more attractive up through her front 1/3 and just more dimensional than the heifer that we have coming in third. We love the feet and legs on this heifer. This young lady does a nice job showing. This heifer is very bold ribbed. She's level hipped. She's just a little more compact all the way through. Her gets a little crestier about her neck, but you're doing a good job feeding her because she's moderate, and you have her fresh. She's in good condition. She's just a little thicker necked. Young man's heifer we have coming out next, we liked her up front a little bit better. She's a little sleeker in her neck, a heifer that's pretty dimensional. Heifer, when you get her out on the travel, just doesn't compare with those three Callier Sounder ones we have in front of her, but we liked her for her stoutness and her extension up front end. The heifer we have coming out next is another nice female heifer that when you analyze her, she has some body, she has some flexibility off of her hind leg. Heifer, when you get in behind her, was a little flatter than some of those right in front of her. Young lady's got a big heifer coming next, but a good heifer. This heifer is, because of her size, a little awkward right now and needs a little more body, but that heifer's pretty good structured, and you get a calf in that heifer's belly, and she stops growing. She's got the rest of the parts that you need. The next heifer coming out really nice, gets a little straighter up to her front end, and the two heifers that conclude the class need a little bit more body, need squared up.
Well, congratulations in the Hereford ring. Good way to finish out Class 12 here in our next division. First place, exhibited by Bryson Blake Bransel of Endeavor, Wisconsin. Second place, and congratulations to Blakely Stelzer of Oologah, Oklahoma. Third place was exhibited by Kara Cummings of Hollis, Oklahoma. Fourth place in that class went to Grady Carter of Stratford, Oklahoma. We're now going to bring those first and seconds in. And our judges over here in Ring 1 will select their pulled Senior Heifer Calf Champion Reserve. Well, back over in the limousine ring, we have the results from Class 21. First place, and congratulations to Michaela Jo Massey of London, Kentucky, with Ratliff Jailbreak 137 JET. Second place in that class, exhibited by Corbin Robbins of Chattanooga, Oklahoma. Third place in that class will go to Tanner Curtin of Oxford, Iowa. Fourth place, exhibited by Aaliyah Hazel Byers of Jonesboro, Tennessee. Fifth place was exhibited by Haley Drake of Guthrie, Oklahoma. In sixth place, and congratulations to Alex Cunningham.
Maybe as deep and consistent of high percentage limousine females as we've had in your show to this point, and really good in terms of 3/4 or higher. I like where we're at in terms of shape. I like where we're at in terms of condition at this stage in their development. To me, in this particular three, I start at the ground and ask myself which one of these cattle is the biggest and the most correct in terms of their underpinning and structure. I think the heifer that wins this class has the most effective blend of that body, strength, and power. Yet got the best hind leg that functions and uses and goes really well. I like the strength. I like the power that she's got about her foundation, about her head. Get on top of her, and I think it's close. She's a little dry down her top line. That's where I like the freshness of the heifer in second. On the stand, I could switch the pair because this is the fresher, more attractive heifer up through her neck. Really beautiful down her top line. Heifer gets in motion, and she'll roll out on her feet just a little behind. Won't reach and as comfortable as what our class winner will, but a really high-quality heifer there in second. 100% Lemmy coming in third. Great feet, great power. Her birth weight's a little higher than maybe the others, but for a high percent, I think it's acceptable. This heifer doesn't read as attractive through her neck and shoulder as the top pair do, but man, does she bring the limousine strength, muscle, shape, and power from their back. A good set of three cattle, I think very, very close decisions.
We get out here for your senior heifer calf division. Again, you know, these classes were difficult, but once you get them back out here, you're very pleased with how it all sorts out. Young lady's heifer out of her first class, I think, is one that is really long and has some muscle and some power. She's got some dimension through her center body and from behind. A heifer that her necktie is pretty high out of her shoulder. After you get her on the move, she's maybe a little straighter out of her hock. She pin set doesn't set up quite as high as the two behind her, but one that we like really well. The young lady's heifer that was a second class, she's a little greener and a little farther behind than some of the heifers out here, but we loved her in terms of her structure, and we like her in terms of her future. When she gets her set up from the side, she's so striking and elegant up to her front end. A heifer that today maybe doesn't have enough to get over the one right behind her, but we do like that heifer down the road, and we thought she was sound enough and attractive enough to beat the power heifer that was second to her in class. Then a really good class of females that came out next that, we talked about it. It just came down to used the three sound functional cowie ones, and of those three, this heifer that we go ahead and use to win that class, she's striking, she's good neck, she's fresh in her condition, she's pretty good size, but she's powerful. We talked about, this heifer can have a little shoulder because she's so dimensional all the way through, but we love this heifer in terms of her foot size, in terms of her structure. Heifer was second to her, we like a great deal as well. From her shoulder back, we think she's tremendous in terms of her top line, her hip, her hind leg. She moves really well, just not as attractive as that one that beat her in class. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause, and Kyle's going to go select the two we like the best.
Got an individual entry here in your limousine show that I sure think exudes that length of pattern, that attractiveness, and that clean joints. To me, what I would define as a maternal look and build out here. Individual entry that reads pretty solid in genetic use, going to fit together really nicely. Here's a class winner within our division.
Well, congratulations in the Hereford ring results in that last division. We have your champion selected coming out of Class 12, back number 3129, Bryce and Blake Bransel of Endeavor, Wisconsin. Second place in that class is going to be a reserve in this division. Congratulations to Blakely Stelzer of Oolaga, Oklahoma, with BKTRF Jiggy Olivia 1048J. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We're now going to bring in Class 13. These will be polled late summer yearlings, born June 7th to July 20th.
We got a February limousine heifer here. I've visited with the young lady. She definitely got a jump start in terms of her productive career. Calved plenty early, but good bag on the cow. Calf looks like calf's doing well at side, and obviously got some strength to the calf. The cow's putting a lot of effort in, and I'm just impressed that she was able to get through the calving experience as young as she is and get into production. Nice pair here in your limousine side.
Well, congratulations back over here in the Lemmy ring. Results of Class 24. First place went to back number 9326. Congratulations to Laney Woodall of Pattonville, Texas.
Got a solid pair of Januaries out here. The young lady's going to start our class up here, 9331. Just condition-wise, to me, fits her framework and extension just a little nicer. Tremendous length and function. I think she's got a nice little udder development started there. And I sure think a limousine female with performance and length of spine and grow, and yet her joints set in her appropriately, and just really a good January female. Got a moderate, easy fleshing one that comes next. Without a doubt, tremendous body, tremendous fleshing ease out here, just a little jammed up and just a little plainer featured. I'd like to lean her up just a shot if we could, but still handles herself well, still's got lots of body, and always going to be a low maintenance cow.
Well, congratulations over here in the limousine ring. Results out of your final class here in our Lemmy show. First place goes to back number 9331, SHSK Stella 100J ET, exhibited by Skylar Ward of New Paris, Ohio. Second place in that class, and congratulations to Carly Henderson of Wellsville, Missouri. We'll now bring in those firsts and seconds, and our judge, Mr. Mark Hogue, is going to announce his champion reserve in our final division.
Our final division within the limousine show, evidently here on the female side of things, been tremendous to put together. And I've shared my thoughts and comments with you. I think there's a class in particular that presented three absolutely impressive creatures. And then, in my opinion, we had a very deep uniform class with three really quality cattle, couple individual entries. And so as you bring all the the mixes and matches and class sizes together, in a division, I'm still very, very pleased with the continuity and consistency of quality and female characteristics that these class winners have and the second place females have within this division. My compliments to the breeders, my compliments to the exhibitors. I'm going to keep, once again, a pair of heifers together within this division that were first and second in class. They happen to represent the second class within division. Champions, the white-bellied one. Cowboy down here with the second place is reserved within this division. Let's give them both a round of applause.
Really good class of summers here, but really challenging. We had every heifer of the three in first. We have every one of these three heifers in third. Basically what it came down to is we asked ourselves what we've been trying to do, which is keep the soundest structured ones up. We got these two that we thought were the two better moving ones up here on top. And of those two, we thought the one that we're going to win the class with is Stouter. She comes out more powerful right behind her shoulder, but her biggest advantage is when you analyze her from her hooks back to her pins, and especially from her pins down. She's got more lower quarter and more shape down there. We thought this heifer got out and moved really good. She could be a little nicer in terms of her chest and her crest, but from there back, female, it's very strong and straight in her lines and balances very nicely. Heifer in second has more sweep to her rib. Heifer that does show you more drop to her rib. She's probably not got as much rib shape up high. A heifer, when you compare her to the heifer in third, we feel like Flex is better out of her front end. She takes a longer stride off of her back end. She is certainly giving up some look and some power to the heifer in third. The heifer in third is one of those, we had her first, we had her third. We never thought you could put her probably second. Standing still, she's the best. She's the most attractive. She's the most powerful. She is pretty big, but that doesn't bother us. We just wanted to see her get out and travel with a little more flexibility. But if I owned that heifer, I think she's one that could sure raise you one. You breed her to a bull that's real flexible, she's going to add a lot of the extras. Really a nice class of females. We just went with the structure and the cow power up top.
Well, congratulations over here in the Hereford ring. We have the results of Class 13 pulled late summer yearlings. First place and congratulations will go to Connolly, Addison, and Davis Ward of Oak Grove, Missouri. Second place in that class, and congratulations to Charlie Kinder of Piedmont, Oklahoma. And third place and congratulations will go to Maddie O'Leary of Weatherford, Texas. Now in ring one, we're going to bring in Class 14. These will be pulled early summer yearlings born May 1st through May 25th of 2021. Well, over here in the limousine side, we are excited to welcome all of our division champion and reserves into the ring from your Limousine Medal of Excellence show here at the Cattlemen's Congress. Coming in out of Division 1, let's put our hands together. Congratulations, McKenna Richardson of Eureka, Kansas. Coming in out of Division 2, congratulations, your champion that division, exhibited by Madison Ori of Indianola, Oklahoma. Coming in out of the next division, your champion was exhibited by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. In the next division, your champion was exhibited by Carly Payne of Sharpsburg, Maryland. Your next champion exhibited by Michaela Jo Massey, London, Kentucky, with Ratliff Jailbreak 137 JET. And last but certainly not least, coming out of your last division, is that Ratliff heifer, Michaela Jo Massey, London, Kentucky. Let's put our hands together for all of our exhibitors here at the Cattlemen's Congress. For those of you sitting in the stands, if we can put our hands together and thank our judge today, Dr. Mark Hogue of Good Hope, Illinois.
We would like to take a moment as we have our champion female lineup out here. We'd like to take a moment. As most of you know, the Nalja Board has a fundraiser, the Corner Post fundraiser, which they sell raffle tickets on a heifer that's been donated. They sell those tickets to you breeders and others. Those tickets have been sold by the junior board, and then they're going to go into the raffle, and we're going to draw that here in just a second. First of all, we want to recognize Pinnager Limousine for donating this heifer, Auto 689H, donated this year by Pinnager Limousine. Ty Havens here. Ty's been a long-time manager there at Pinnager's. If you would, put your hands together for Ty and the whole crew at Pinnager's for donating this heifer this year. And we appreciate Ty and Pinnager, their support throughout the years. So I guess we're ready to make a drawing. Landry's going to draw here. Raise your hand if you think you're the winner. Just one guy. Wow, how about this? How about Joe Moore, a retiring board member this year? Joe, where you at? I know you're here. Congratulations to Joe, and again, we thank each and every one of you. This money goes to the Junior Association and their activities throughout the year. Again, thank you to Pinnager Limousine for the donation. Congratulations. Joe, if you're in the arena, would you come to the announcer stand, please?
We come to the close of your female show, and I realize we still have the bull show to go, but would sure like to thank and sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share my thoughts with you this morning on your limousine female show. And I find it interesting you put the different percentages of cattle together and look at the genetic script, and I really compliment these are females whose genetic values are in line. I didn't see obnoxiously high birth weights. I didn't see, and I compliment the marbling improvement that the breed has. Ribeye area was strong across across the board, just absolutely tremendous. I think the junior board that's helped me in the ring today has always made sure I've had my paper and always had the cattle ready to roll, and a sharp group of young people. I compliment the Pinniger family for supporting the breed. We've been fortunate. Our oldest is on the Charolais board and has loved showing his Charolais cattle. And I tell you, there's no better way to raise children, in my opinion, if you get them into the showing females and you get them in a breed and enjoy it. We've shown as a family a couple limousine females over the years that we've had great success with and love them as cows. You folks have brought a tremendous set. I've described them individually. I did tell the young lady with the calf champion that the judge's fee was he got to pick a baby calf to take home, and so we might have to negotiate that a little bit. Our younger, more juvenile cattle are really good. I don't know if I've got the nerve to sit out here and just say I'm going to use a calf over some of the bigger, better ones or bigger breds that we have in terms of maturity. I know that our first three divisions, man, they're strong. And what I like is the baby looks like a baby. Division 3 looks like Division 3, 4, and 5. And I think compositionally and maturity-wise, the cattle have fit together very, very well. I'm going to take one more look. I'm not going to talk them individually. You could go young. You could go old. I want quality, and I think this set of females speaks for themselves. It's cattle that are current, cattle that can make money. When you set them back into production, enjoy showing them, and then kick them out and start generating some return on investment. And so with that stated, thank you very much. Let's put our hands together for all 10 representatives out here for your limousine female show.
We are back over in your Hereford ring. Really a nice class, but I think the one that wins, I think those of you who are sitting in the stands can kind of see why she does. Heifer win from that view is about as good as you can make one in terms of her balance and side view profile. And with that, she's just ultra dimensional and powerful. A perfect hip and hind leg in this female, just a nice female to start with. We felt like this was a pair, second and third. Both heifers are pretty nice in terms of structure. Both heifers pretty fresh. We thought the heifer that it goes ahead and is second, there's just a bit more of her. There's more size. There's more dimension in this heifer. There's just not the extras in that heifer when compared to our class winner. The heifer in second or third maybe is a little sleeker and fresher in terms of her condition up front. Heifer that drops down a nice body cavity, pretty good in terms of her structure. I don't think there's quite as much of her, like we said, as the one in front of her. Doesn't flex with quite as much authority off of her hind leg. A heifer that comes out next has got some parts and pieces that we like. We like this heifer in terms of structure and her power. We want to change her up through her chest floor. We want to change her in terms of her teat structure a little bit. Otherwise, that heifer could definitely be up a little higher. The heifer that comes out next is one that's attractive, just gets a little higher placed about her stifle and a little shorter striding when you set him into motion. Young man's heifer is probably a little sounder, but not as attractive and a little deeper up through her chest floor. Young lady's heifer that concludes the class just gets a little coarser all the way through.
Well, a big congratulations over here in the limousine ring. Your champion and reserve champion females, both coming out of Division 4. A big congratulations. The grand champion female exhibited by Carly Payne of Sharpsburg, Maryland. And reserve champion is going to go to Claire Kessler, Crawfordsville, Indiana. Congratulations to those exhibitors. At this time, we're going to bring in Class 26. This will be your cow-calf division. Back over in the Hereford ring, we have the results from Class 14. First place was exhibited by Paige Lemonager of Hudson, Illinois, with Hawk Mila 39JET. Second place in that class, and congratulations to Emma Lynn of Purcell, Oklahoma. Third place was exhibited by Coy and Ellie Lee Moonen of Glencoe, Oklahoma. Fourth place exhibited by Madeline Grace Thompson of Amity, Missouri. Fifth place exhibited by Brooke Janine of Greenbrier, Arkansas. Sixth place in that class exhibited by John Robert Dower of Panhandle, Texas, and seventh place exhibited by Carlisle Brayman of Refugio, Texas. We're now going to bring in those first and seconds, and our judges will select their pulled intermediate yearling champion and reserve.
Got an individual entry here in your cow-calf pair. Have a November cow that got into production and doing a nice job with the calf at side. Visually, the cow, great feet, really good in terms of her strength and power and feature and character. Pretty good udder set, I guess, at this particular point. Calf at side. Got the lines and look and quality to be valuable someday. My compliments to the young lady and her cow-calf pair.
Well, congratulations in the limousine ring, your grand champion cow-calf pair coming out of class 26. Congratulations to Carly Favor of Marshfield, Missouri, with ELCX Highness 056 GT. We're now going to bring in that grand champion female to compete against the cow-calf for your supreme champion limousine female.
As we come for our supreme female, my compliments once again. I've already made the comments about the quality and the power within your female show. The limousine breed is in good shape, and I sure think the calves were tremendous. The breds were tremendous. Cow-calf pair in production, and their work clothes maybe just a shade, but still represent the quality the limousine breed's known for. Your supreme heifer is going to be your bred heifer that wins the female show. Let's congratulate her with a great round of applause on an excellent female.
As we get out here for your intermediate champion, really a nice lineup. That first class was one of the more challenging classes we've had all day, but we're pleased with the heifer we used out of that class, as she is, I think, as good in terms of her structure, as genuine in terms of her width as the three heifers that we had in that class. She could be just a shot more attractive up the front end, and she's not quite as swoopy bellied as the heifer behind her, but I think just a good, true, fundamentally sound cow. I think the heifer that's got all the extra parts and pieces is the one behind her. Standing there, you can't really say a whole lot poor about this female. She just kind of puts everything together where it needs to be. Two really nice seconds. The heifer that was second in the first class, we loved her body. We loved her refinedness of joints. We wanted to see her a little stouter. A heifer that was just a tick plainer in terms of her throat. And the heifer that was second out of the second class is one that's very dimensional and sound as well. A heifer that could be just a shot swoopier bellied. But we really like that heifer in terms of her dimension, in terms of her soundness. This heifer is going to win, and we're going to bring the other second place in that class around, and we'll make a decision. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations over here in the Hereford ring. We have your pulled champion intermediate yearling female. Congratulations, Paige Lemonager of Hudson, Illinois, with Hawk Mila 39 JT. And congratulations, your reserve in that division goes to back number 30150. Congratulations to Emmeline of Purcell, Oklahoma. Now in the Hereford ring, we'll look to see class 15. These will be pulled spring yearling females, born April 1st to April 26th of 2021. Back over in the limousine ring, we did select your Supreme Champion Limousine Female. Congratulations to CELL1401JET, exhibited by Carly Payne of Sharpsburg, Maryland. We are taking a brief photo break, and we're going to return back here with your bull show in the limousine ring. We would like to take a minute to announce more of our Medal of Excellence winners. A big congratulations in the Central Region Gold Limousine Female TASF Justice Classy 541 JET. Congratulations to Claire Kessler of Crawfordsville, Indiana. Central Region Silver Limousine Female SL Just a Fancy, Dawson Brook of Logan, Iowa. Central Region Bronze Limousine Female BAIP Juliet 195 JET. Congratulations to Paige Bayer of Griswold, Iowa. In the Eastern Region, Gold Limousine Female TASF Jupiter 480J. Congratulations to Ashley Wiles of Smithburg, Maryland. Also in the Eastern Region, congratulations, Silver Limousine Female JCRW Justice Classy 102J. Congratulations to John Crawford of Big Pool, Maryland. And also in the Eastern Region, Bronze Limousine Female TASF JoJo 514 JET. Congratulations to Aaliyah Hazel Byers of Jonesboro, Tennessee. In our South Central Region, Gold Limousine Female LJRJ CSVN Miss Brown Sugar ET. Congratulations to Breck Boyce of Lippin, Texas. Also in the South Central Region, Silver Limousine Female COBN Hennessy 022H. Congratulations to Colton Barton of Gerald, Texas. And in the South Central Region, Bronze Limousine Female BNTL Java. Congratulations to Bentley London of Connellsville, Texas.
Really a nice class of April heifers here. There's some give and take within these top three, but we pretty much all the way thought that the most complete heifer was the one that wins. We realize she's not the biggest volume and the most powerful of the three, but she is the nicest balanced, best structured female. Then when you compare to the one behind her, she maintains her top line and loin quite a bit better. She sets her tail head down into her a little better. There's not much wrong with this heifer. And to make her ideal, I'd just like to see there a bit more of her in terms of overall dimension. But I think she's the nicest made. I think she's the soundest structured. I think she's the safest one we have out here. I think it gets close between second and third. They're both more dimensional. They're both bigger, stouter heifers. We're going to use the fresher one of the pair, the one that's a little tighter up through her front end. She's nicer in terms of her chest. She's freer of fat back in her udder and back at her pins. A heifer that if you make this one just a tick stronger loin and set her tail head down, which I know some of that comes out of them a little bit when they get heavy in calf, then I think we can keep on raising her up in this particular class. Kyle and I would talk, this heifer here. A little bit of a diet would go a long way on her too, because we love her structure, we love her beastiness and her body and her substance. Just a little chubby today, had a little more front and chest. Young lady's heifer is very striking coming out next. Her really elegant in her front end, a heifer that's long-bodied and level out over her hip, a heifer that we thought is just a bit more striking than the one behind her. We would like to soften her in terms of her rib cage, and that's an advantage that we give to that heifer that is right behind her. She is a little deeper through her center body, a heifer that we liked in terms of her structure, a heifer that just got a little plainer as you analyze her up front. Another big stout heifer coming next, a heifer we just wanted to make more attractive, a little smoother all the way through. A heifer, when you get out behind her, she wants to get just a little bowed and wants to pigeon toe a little as she comes at you. The heifer we have coming out next is one that we thought was really striking, a heifer that just needed more body and got a little more upright in her shoulder. These two heifers coming out next, we talk about, there wasn't one we wanted to really put towards the bottom. When you got them on the profile, these heifers gave up a little in terms of overall belly shape and dimension. Both heifers could get out and travel just a bit nicer, but really good females that are going to make nice females for those young people.
Well, congratulations over here in the Hereford Ring, Class 15. First place, we'll go to back number 30165, GGSC MGS Maggie J06ET, exhibited by Callie Harris of Canton, Texas, and bred by Grimmel Shockey Cattle Company in Manhattan, Kansas. Second place in that class, and congratulations, goes to Sarah Horton of Marshall, Michigan. Third place was exhibited by Lauren Brady and Nicholas Jones of Darlington, Wisconsin. Fourth place, and congratulations to Hollis Hilms of Fort Cobb, Oklahoma. Fifth place was exhibited by Reese Brooks and Hallie Barron of Talala, Oklahoma. Sixth place in that class, and congratulations goes to Brooke Pulsen of Darwin, Minnesota. Seventh place, and congratulations will go to Carly Katie and Clayton Musser. Eighth place in that class, exhibited by Coble Lewis, and ninth place, and congratulations will go to Cody Van Glan. Now in ring one, we're going to bring in Class 16. These are Polled Spring yearling females born March 1st through March 25th of 2021. Well, we're about ready to start back up over here in the limousine ring. We'll be starting with your Limousine Medal of Excellence Bull Show. Class 27 will be your first class in the ring here in Division 1.
As we start the bull show, we've got a little July calf coming in the ring here, and take a glance down at the paper, and you sure like where he's at in terms of his values, and then visually study the bull, and his value to me comes in the upper part of his skeleton in terms of muscularity and shape and power. Be interesting to watch this bull calf throughout maturity. You know, he needs to settle just a little bit in his hind leg posture, and I think if he does that, he's sure got the shape and muscle to roll. Good way to start our bull show.
Well, congratulations in ring 2 and a good way to start your Limousine Bull Show out. First place in class 27 goes to back number 9339, Dandy Man 2K, exhibited by Ella Elizabeth Snyder of Fort Scott, Kansas. We'll now bring in class 28 here in Division 1.
Really? Got a young cattleman out here in the Lemmy Bull Show that had himself a good set of heifers and brings a really, really nice bull calf in the ring. You study his genetic values, and he's probably not going to move you substantially off dead center in terms of his growth values. But I tell you, visually, this bull's got real value in terms of his structure, shape, muscularity. For a young calf, he's got tremendous length of neck, and I think as he becomes more masculine throughout his growth curve, this bull's going to be fun to watch develop.
Well, congratulations in Class 28 Junior Limousine Ring. First place will go to back number 9341, LRCC Hidden Treasure 117K. Congratulations, Trace Falkenstein of Oswego, Kansas. We'll now bring in your next class. This will be Class 29 here in Division 1.
Well, I think without a doubt the best and deepest class that we've had today. Good ones up and down the line. You know, I think the whole time we kind of had it to these two. It was nice. You had one on the one end and one on the other. And really, it took getting them together to really make the decision. There's some differences in the two, but I like both females in terms of their structure. I like both females in terms of their center body. The heifer we're going to go ahead and start with, although she has just a tick more underneath her chin, I see her as the longer, more extended fronted heifer that's a little fresher in her condition through the sides of her neck and down through her chest. This heifer really, really nice in terms of her undercarriage. The way her belly swoops, her balance from her chest floor back to her flank is really good. You know, a heifer that's got that much body and that much length to be able to get out and reach her stride is very impressive. We really like the cowiness of the heifer in second. You know, when the heifer hit the ring, we liked her just in terms of her structure and her body and her dimension. A heifer that when you get off the side of her, you know, she's still very well balanced, but she's not quite as attractive right there in the crest of her neck or the base of her chest, but I think an awfully good female. The one we struggle with a little bit is the one in third. We like the heifer pretty good in terms of her structure. We appreciate that she is very far along and she's showing some udder development. We both maybe wanted to see her just a little deeper for a female that's that close to calving, female that we do like, and you know, that was probably the deciding factor to get her into third. When you compare to the two in front of her that definitely aren't as far along in calf, she just doesn't show us as much softness to her center body as those two in front of her. Another really good heifer that comes out fourth, heifer that we like in terms of her hip and hind leg. This young lady does an extremely good job showing. We like her in terms of her top line. She was maybe a little straighter in her shoulder and a little thicker necked, but we like that heifer quite a bit. The heifer that comes out next, the young man has, we thought compared to the heifer right behind her, she balances better. We thought she was a little better in terms of her chest. We thought she probably had a little more swoop to her rib. Probably not the power that the heifer right behind her has, but we thought she balanced a little nicer than the heifer that comes out next. The next heifer is very dimensional. Heifer that's presented nicely and showed good. When you get off the side of her, you just want to change her in terms of her balance, her chest floor back through her rear rib and flank, give that heifer an extremely different look. The heifer that comes out next is better balanced than the one right in front of her, just not as much power and overall dimension. I think the next placing's close. We went with pretty in this particular one over power. I think you can do it other way. Both heifers are both good heifers, just giving up a little bit compared to some of them in front of them. Nice class of females.
Well, congratulations in the Hereford ring results of Class 16. First place, and congratulations to Sarah Rose Sullivan of Dunlap, Iowa, with BKCMCC Jungle Girl 147 JET, bred by Buck Cattle Company of Medill, Oklahoma. Second place in that class was exhibited by Ainsley Williams of Van Alstyne, Texas. Third place was exhibited by Bo Ann Graves. Fourth place, and congratulations to Ella Weldon. Fifth place was exhibited by Quentin and Andrew Ray of Brooksville, Kentucky. Sixth place, exhibited by Suter Clark of Gretna, Virginia. Seventh place went to Aiden Barber, Channing, Texas. Eighth place was exhibited by Mary Elliott Martin of Auburn, Alabama. And ninth place in that class, and congratulations, goes back to number 30180. We're now going to bring in those firsts and seconds, and our judge will select their champion reserve in our pulled spring yearling division.
Throughout your female show, I did pay close attention to the genetic values, and I appreciate a female that's right in terms of her genetic script. We move over to the bull show, and boy, these guys can leave a lasting impression on a cow herd in a hurry, and so it's important to me that their numbers do fit appropriately. And what we've got is the top 3 bulls, if you look at their values, are the more progressive cattle on paper. Then you really study this pair of yellow tag bulls, and they look like they're similarly bred in terms of their genetic values, really strong in growth, really strong in marbling, and I sure think calving ease and birth weight values, it's a unique blend that they have. I think the young man that starts our class, that bull calf just come a little stouter, a little earlier in terms of shape and muscle relative to the bull calf in second. Bull calf in second's got a really neat build. That calf, as he continues to grow and develop and perform, I think that pair will get closer throughout maturity. Today, he just doesn't have quite as much to him, but that's a quality pair of limousine bulls. A visually high-performing stout bull that in his growth curves shows a little more masculinity today for his age. Big scrotal circumference. I like that about him. This bull didn't balance as good for me in structure on the move as what the top pair did, but that's a real strong candidate there, setting in third. If you want to just visually study a bull, I like the bull in fourth quite well. He's a little depressed in terms of his yearling weight value, but I sure think a neat made one that's got a lot of quality and lines and look, just not quite the masculinity and feature. The bull that's probably the most upside down in terms of genetic values closes our class. A good red bull visually in terms of feature, stoutness, and strength. I like that about him. I didn't think he balanced up quite as well, and then we'd probably address his genetic values just a shade as we study him across the board.
As we get out here for your division champion, one that comes together about as good for us as any we've had. This young lady's heifer out of the first class, we thought had to win that class. We realized she could be more massive and more powerful, but within that class, she was the best structured, best balanced one that had the fewest faults. The heifer that was second in her, we talked about, she's a loin away from being really good. A stout heifer that's pretty good structured, just needs be a little better in her loin and tail head. This last class was a tremendous class. There was really good females, third, fourth, and fifth down the line. We're really pleased that we got these 2 heifers back out here. I think their differences are still where they are. I think this young lady's heifer that wins that class is a little fresher in her condition. She's a little longer from the point of her shoulder back to her pins. She really gives you a good silhouette. She's very fresh in her overall condition. She's one of the soundest structured ones we've seen all day. She could be a little tidier in terms of her chin. Other than that, there's not much you'd like to change there. And that one behind her, we liked from the time that she came in. Just good structured, good cattle, big-bodied, stout-pinned. You know, she's not as elegant as this one from the side and not as extended, but really good cattle. We're going to go ahead and use the 2 out of your last class for division champion. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Well, congratulations in our division over here in your Hereford ring. Your division champion goes to Sarah Rose Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa, with BKCMCC Jungle Girl 147 JET. And reserve champion coming out of that same class, congratulations to Ainsley Williams of Van Alstyne, Texas, with KNS Miss Mary Jane 2106. We're now going to bring in class 17 over here in your Hereford ring.
Limousine bull side got a really good April bull calf here to study. Tremendous, and visually when you just take a look at him, you're like, man, this guy's got strength, he's got character, got a lot of power to him, yet he balances good, gets out and moves good. Sheath's clean, scrotal circumference is right. Then you look at the paper, and this guy hits the right side of breed average across the board almost in every column. And so I think he's a kind of bull that can work for a program, take you in a positive direction, and that's a good individual entry right there.
Well, back over in the limousine ring, we have the results from Class 29 and 30. In Class 29, congratulations. First place was exhibited by Tucker Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. Second place and congratulations goes to Colt Parkinson. Third place in that class exhibited by Willingham Limousine of Alvarado, Texas. Fourth place and congratulations goes to Cecil Osborne of Gary, Texas. And fifth place in that class will go to Carly Henderson of Wellsville, Missouri. First place in Class 30, and a big congratulations to Minor Limousine of Stratford, Missouri. Now coming in ring 2, we have class 31. This will be your final class here in Division 1 of our Limousine Bull Show.
Really a nice class here to start off the junior yearling division of your Hereford Polled Hereford show. I think the heifer that wins does so pretty handily. She's the most effective combination of structure with some power and some freshness and some elegance. I think a heifer that when you compare to the one in second, just much fresher up through her crest of her neck and her throat and down through her chest. Really a female that balances and presents a very nice file. And when you get her out of the move, she certainly doesn't disappoint. The next pair I think is a little closer. I think the heifer in second just gets out and travels better off of her hind leg, and I think when you have them at the side, although she's not as good in terms of her throat, the heifer balances better. In terms of her chest floor back to her flank, she's stronger down her top line than the heifer that we have in third. Just a nice cowie female with a nice udder set, just a little plainer up through her front end. The heifer that came in next, this is one of those heifers that we love the freshness that she has, the condition she comes in. We appreciate her udder and where she is in terms of her calf. This heifer just has some parts and pieces to her where everything maybe doesn't come together like you just perfectly want in terms of her chest and her top and her loin. And we realize some of that happens when you get them close to her calf. What made the decision is there at the end, we didn't think she moved as good off of her hind leg as the heifer in front of us. A nice female right in front of us. Really dimensional female that's big-footed and heavy-boned and wide-pinned. We thought there was just more dimension all the way through in her than the heifer we have right behind her. The heifer that comes out next is a nice female. The young lady's kept pretty fresh, but that heifer gets a little flatter as you analyze her from behind. She's a little tighter loin, a little flatter down low. And that's an advantage we give to the moderate heifer that comes up next. I like this heifer's structure. She has more width than the one right in front of her. Just a little smaller framed female that is a little thicker up through her front end, but good cattle. The next young man's heifer is a big power heifer, and the young man's heifer that concludes the class, if that heifer moves better, she can get up quite a few spots. We get them out on the move. She's the one that's the most challenged in terms of her hind leg structure of any heifer we have in the class.
Well, congratulations over here in the Hereford ring. Class 17, first place exhibited by Ella Weldon of Piedmont, Oklahoma, with BKCMCC Jungle Cat 149 JET. Second place and congratulations goes to Brooks Halley and Reese Barron. Third place exhibited by Randy June Williams of Dublin, Texas. Fourth place in that class exhibited by Tessa Austin and McKenna Smith. Fifth place and congratulations to Addison Rose Young. Sixth place exhibited by Holly and Noah Perry. Seventh place in that class will go to Corey Stump. And eighth place, congratulations to Wyatt and Quade McIntyre. We're now going to look for Class 18 over here in your Hereford ring.
Welcome to the art and the challenge of animal breeding. We've got a really good set of bulls out here to study, and you folks as breeders want to kind of decide what your market is and then where you want to put emphasis on genetic values, because out here, the bull that I start with is the intimidating creature of the group visually, in terms of foot, feature, power, strength, everything about it. You look at his genetic values, and I think he's solid. Across the board. He's probably not one of those bulls that you're going to look at the paper and just go, oh my gracious, well, we've got the next step. But visually, masculinity, he's the oldest bull within class. I like his feet, I like his shape, I like his muscle. The bull on paper that really has me enamored is the one in second. This guy's tremendous in his scrotal, tremendous in his growth and marbling, and he fits together well. Visually, this is a smooth-built bull, good jointed, good-footed. I really, really like the basic utility of this guy out here. Study him on paper, and this gentleman's done a good job of stacking pedigrees to get him to read right. That's a solid bull, just maturity and body and uniqueness-wise, just not quite as intimidating as what that class winner is today. Love the calving ease and birth weight relationship that this bull in third has. He's built like a calving ease bull. He's moderate in terms of his feature, moderate in terms of his bone work. He's a moderate, great-bodied, good-shaped bull, not quite the horsepower visually at the ground. around to those top pair. But man, you want to talk about a quality limousine bull that's not going to hurt you on virgin heifers. I think that's an opportunity there. For those that want to make red limmies, I swapped this pair. This bull to me moves just a little unorthodox off of his hind leg. But you want to talk about a bull that offers masculinity and shape and muscle. Got a great body design to him. Lots of horsepower out here. You know, I'd alter his hind leg just a little. But for a red bull here within the breed, if that's your niche and that's your direction, I think that bull is tremendously wide, tremendously stout. You know, it ended up actually 3 and 4, totally different kind of limousine bulls, but we're close. Bull that comes next, I love his structure. You want to visually just breed for sound cattle, I think this bull could sure do it for you. Great joints, great feet, great flexibility. He's a little plain and deep down through his shoulder and chest. Doesn't have the muscle and shape as some of those cattle above him. Our final bull, maybe the flattest in terms of his genetic values, and then visually, this bull's just doesn't look like he's hauled very well to Oklahoma City. A little hollow in his middle, a little tight in terms of his body. Once again, a good built bull, good structured bull, just not the horsepower of some of them other cattle above him. Good set of bulls, tough to negotiate through the data and visually appeal on that set of cattle.
Well, congratulations over here in the limousine ring. Results class 31. Congratulations. First place will go to TASF Knuckle Down 623K, exhibited by Thomas and Son Farms, Boonesboro, Maryland. Second place in that class, and congratulations will go to JC Wilder of Snook, Texas. Third place was exhibited by Cole Schrader of Beggs, Oklahoma. Fourth place exhibited by Super C Limousine of Altoona, Kansas. Fifth place exhibited by J&J Cattle of Snook, Texas. And sixth place in that class, and congratulations to Luden's Family Limousine. We'll now bring in those firsts and seconds, and our judge, Dr. Mark Hogue, will be selecting his Division I champion reserve.
the power of performance data and having that and knowing things, you know, it is helpful, but it also can cause challenges too. We like both of these first two heifers really well. Without the paper, we definitely both like the young man's heifer wins the class, the best of the two. We think she's just a little bigger and stouter and nicer balanced and more attractive up through her front 1/3 and her chest. We like this heifer quite a bit. We realize that in using her, you know, it's a dangerous place to be when her birth weight is high. She also offers, you know, as much growth on paper as any heifer that we've seen all day. And I think we all know breeding cattle, a lot of times those two things are give and take. If you want to be critical of that heifer for birth weight and put her second, I think you can. But that's the heifer that we liked the best. And in terms of her phenotype, we just love the mass and power and stoutness. Really good Cali female here in second. We like her structure. Female that's moderate in terms of her frame. She's nice in her design. You know, the heifer's fresh. You can't really have her a whole lot skinnier. She's just not as attractive in terms of the crest of her neck and her throat and down through her chest floor. A heifer that when you compare to that one in front of her, just not the overall dimension and power. The young lady's heifer we have coming out next got in here with two awfully good ones. That's a nice female, and you're doing a really nice job. And thank you for being patient with us. There's just not as much power and dimension in your heifer as those two in front of you.
Got some friends bringing in some Simmental cattle today, and they can't come in until the limousine show's done. And I maybe apologize a little bit for taking a little time, but they told me at the beginning this bull show we're going to have kind of like breeders come out and also evaluate them. And you want to talk about making a guy just a little nervous and wanting to study his lesson. I'm trying to be laser focused out here to make the right decisions. And I think right decisions obviously are very subjective because I don't know your cow herd. I don't know what your breeding program is at home. I'm trying to canvass the laws of averages out here and try that bulls can work for a variety of situations in a multitude of different settings. I'm not going to talk to cattle individually. I think good set of bulls, good set of class winners. The little one out of class 2, he's really got some interesting pieces depending on how he develops. Then we get down to this pair of bulls here. To me, they look like good bulls genetically, good bulls visually, good bulls in the show ring, and then maturity and masculinity-wise, I think they fit an appropriate division. I think you'll study the differences between them. To me, the best-footed, biggest-footed, stoutest, most masculine, most powerful bull that still gets around the ring extra good. Going to be your division champion, young lady circling right here. Let's give her a nice round of applause. For reserve, it comes close because this 93.53, I told the breeder, this thing's gee whiz pedigreed. I mean, wild numbered, and I think that bull still visually has appeal. You look at the class winner just previous to him, and man, this bull's hard to deny in terms of his extra body, his extra visual performance that he has today. We're going to use the young lady in the black vest here for reserve.
Well, congratulations over here in the Limousin ring. We have the results of Division 1. Congratulations, your champion coming out of Class 31. Back number 9357, TASF Knuckle Down 623K. Exhibited by Thomas & Sons Farms in Boonesboro, Maryland. Reserve champion that division will go to back number 59350. MINO King Julian 011KET, exhibited by Minor Limousin, Stratford, Missouri. We're now going to bring in Class 32 over here in your Limousin ring.
As we get out here for your junior yearling division, really a strong division. 4 really good individuals out here. The young lady's heifer that wins the first class has probably been one of our favorite showmen all day. You've been fun to watch, very intense, very good showman. She has a very fresh heifer, heifer that's very striking from the side, has a nice udder, has a good body. You know, this heifer could maybe get out in stride just a touch longer when you set her into motion, but I think a very nice female. We talked about that last class. You know, you're going to be faced in every show with judgment calls like that, but we love this heifer. We like her structure, we like her power, we like her dimension. She comes to us in the right condition. She's big, and we know that her biggest concern is her birth weight EPD. With that, we said she offers growth. You can breed her to a low birth weight bull, but we like that. The heifer that was second to her, we love the cowiness and the structure to that heifer. Heifer's not probably as sleek as the heifer that wins the first class, but probably moves out just a little easier and nicer. So we're going to talk about it one more time, and then we're going to pick your champion reserve. And let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Well, congratulations over in the Hereford ring, your champion pulled junior yearling. Congratulations to Riley and William Maynard. And congratulations, your reserve champion in that division. Coming out of the same class, congratulations to Madeline Norvell of Tuttle, Oklahoma with GKB 2296, Elvira 497 ET. Congratulations once again to those exhibitors. We'll now look to see your final class here in your Pulled Hereford show. This will be Class 19 Pulled Senior Yearlings. Back over in the limousine ring, we do want to announce some more of our Medal of Excellence winners. We'd like to congratulate nationally Gold Limflex Bull DLTM Jouster 107J JS Cattle and Minert Show Cattle of Maxwell, Iowa. Silver Limflex Bull ELCX Jouster 129JET Edwards Land and Cattle and TBH Farms. Bronze Limflex Bull will be ELCX High Time 065HET. Congratulations to Anderson Farms, James David Byers III, Leonard Limousine, Route 66 Cattle Company, Davis Limousine Ranch, and Edward Land and Cattle Company. We'd also like to recognize nationally Gold Limflex Female DEBV Jennifer Aniston 145JET, Dalton Miller of Traynor, Iowa. Silver Limflex Female Ratliff Jailbreak 137JET, Michaela Jo Massey of London, Kentucky. And Bronze Limflex Female, congratulations, Carly Payne, Sharpsburg, Maryland.
As we get your last class out here, November Senior Yearling Female, and we've shown 3 or 4 cow-calf pairs, but it's not something we do a lot. My daughter next year is her first year in 4-H, and because she wants to show a cow-calf pair, and because that's something that we won't have to compete against our customers, that's probably something we're going to do, and I'm probably going to have to get even better at it. This is a nice young female. Has definitely given a lot to her calf. Female that's very balanced and striking from the side. Her calf, I think, has, she's put more dimension into the calf than probably what she even has. But these cow calves are a lot of work and take a lot of time. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
I think a very difficult class of bulls to place over here, and you could justify a lot of different things out here. To me, the bull that is the best blend of some genetic value, visual appeal, and structural integrity is the 359 bull that starts this class. I think he's a young juvenile bull that's built right, and I think as he takes to feed and continues to develop, I think that bull has the most value long term. Pretty solid across the set of genetic values. Got a big long-bodied bull in second. I realize he needs more to him relative to his extensions right now, but I thought he was just a little more masculine, a little more bull-looking than what our bull is in third. Bull in third's a sound hind-legged bull that's got some body. I just want to see him start to masculine up through his neck and head, just a little fragile and a little flat in his build. The final bull within the drive, if you call him sound enough up front, that bull could be second within class. I just, more I watched him move, I'd just get a little nervous up front there. He's shapely, he's muscular. I'd alter his structure on both ends.
Well, congratulations over here in the limousine ring. Results in Class 32, first place, congratulations to Becky Craig Cattle Company of El Reno, Oklahoma. Second place in that class, and congratulations will go to Cecil Osborne of Gary, Texas. Third place, exhibited by Becky Craig Cattle Company. In fourth place, congratulations to Jennings Sanders. Now in ring 2, we have Class 33 here in Division 2. Back on the Hereford side, we have the results of your final class in division here in our Pulled Hereford show. A big congratulations in Class 19 in your senior yearling division. First place and champion goes to Hallie Ferguson of Smithton, Missouri with ARD 41A Rava 521. Congratulations to Hallie. Well, ladies and gentlemen, in just a moment, we are going to introduce to you all of our division champions here in our National Junior Hereford show. Well, at this time, we're going to introduce to you all of our division champions here in your Junior Hereford show at the Cattlemen's Congress. Coming out of Division 1, your Spring Heifer Calf Division, a big congratulations to Tessa Austin and McKenna Smith with Purple HB Myrtle 69 KET. Coming in out of Division 2, a big congratulations goes to J.W. Teets of Lost River, West Virginia, with BACC 629, Georgia K 208 ET. Coming in out of Division 3, your pulled junior heifer calf division. Congratulations to Bo Ann Graves with STAG Pearl 9KET. Coming in out of your next division, your champion senior heifer calf. A big congratulations, Bryce and Blake Bransel of Endeavor, Wisconsin. Coming in out of your intermediate yearling division, congratulations to Paige Lemonager, Hudson, Illinois, with Hawk Mila 39JET. Coming in out of your next division, champion spring yearling female, big congratulations, Sarah Rose Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa, with BKCMCC Jungle Girl 147JET. Coming in out of your junior yearling division, your champion was exhibited by Riley and William Maynard with SHR Diana 1026ET. And last but certainly not least, coming out of your senior yearling division, a big congratulations to Hallie Ferguson of Smithton, Missouri with ARD41A Rava H21. Ladies and gentlemen, at the Cattlemen's Congress here in the Jim Norick Arena, can you please put your hands together for all of our junior Hereford exhibitors here at the Cattlemen's Congress? Well, at this time as well, here in the Jim Norick Arena, if you can put your hands together and thank our two judges today in the Hereford ring, Mr. Tyler Cates and Kyle Scheffler. As they enter the ring, let's also put our hands together for all of our reserve division champions here in your Pulled Hereford show. We would like to also let our Hereford exhibitors know that we'll be taking a 15-minute break before the start of our Horn division. Again, we'll be taking a 15-minute break for photos before the Horn division.
Well, I have some good news for you in the limousine side of the ring. It's time to sell bulls, and in my opinion, not often in an open bull show can you say that all 5 cattle need to see cows and need to see a significant number depending on what you need in your program. But in this particular situation, that's exactly what exists. And you can look at these cattle visually and say, I'd tweak them or protect them here. You could look at their genetic values and say, well, this bull's a little off here or there. But bottom line is you put the pieces of the puzzle together as an animal breeder, there's opportunity out here. And I think that's the greatest thing to leave this class with. The bull that wins this class, an absolute heater. He visually is a bad cat. Good shape, good structure, good feet. His values are solid. I don't think he's a gee-whiz numbered bull, but I don't think he's flat either. I think he's in the right side of the direction that you want to be. And visually, man, you'd take a cattle built like that all day long. I like the opportunity the Red Bull in second presents. He's red, he's high percent Lemmy, and he's really, really powerful, really shapely. Be the first to admit, you know, his hind leg needs to be protected just a shot, and he's maybe just a little bit off on his marbling value. But man, that bull, when he's standing out here, he looks like a man. He's proud fronted, he's big backed, he's thick ended, good scrotal circumference, good front foot, good front end design on that bull. I think there's opportunity there. I think 2 and 3 has took me a little bit of time because I prefer the bull's hip and hind leg in third over the bull in second, but I migrate to the front end of his skeleton and I'd alter the way his knee and front foot, setting him just a shot. He's solid in terms of his genetic script, but that's a good balanced bull. He's the right size, he's the right shape. He's one of those that isn't going to hurt you in any major area, and I like that about him. Young lady's bull that comes in 4, man, this guy's good-bodied. He's soft-built. He's just a low-maintenance kind of a bull that you can turn on cows and be comfortable. They're going to get serviced and covered effectively. Love that bull's loin and tailhead and how it sets in him. You get in behind the bull, and I'd alter him just a little bit on how he's built at the ground. But other than that, that's a good, solid creature. Now, the G-Wiz numbered bull that's really progressive on paper rounds out our class, and this is a big, long-bodied, high-performing bull that has the genetics to back it up. Out here, he's wanting to go after these other guys, and so he'll coil up a little bit. He's a little hard to read out here. I think it would just kick him out on grass, and I think you'll be impressed with what you have there genetically. Tremendous, visually, could be just a little stouter for me personally.
As we get out here for your champion pole drive, we're going to save a lot of our comments and thank yous for the very end. But wow, this has been tremendous. I've had the opportunity to judge a lot of Herefords, and I love your breed. I love your leadership. Your kids are amazing. It's been my pleasure to have Kyle. It's more fun when you have someone that's one of your best friends that you rely on and you trust their opinion so much. But we'll do some thank yous when we get down to the end in terms of family and everything. But this has been absolutely incredible. We get out here. We're very happy with the division champions. There's lines in the sand you got to draw. There's things you got to do. We like a lot of those calves real well, and one in particular. We're probably going to try and stay with these big ones and try to stay in bounds. But let's give these exhibitors and the breeders and the fitters of these cattle a huge round of applause because this has been amazing. We'll go out and get you a champion reserve.
Here in the Limousine Bull we got a really good division, and I think it's kind of the thing. You just park your bull wherever you want to park them, and we're going to talk them, and we'll tie this division together and be just fine. First pair of bulls out of the first class, those are solid kinds of cattle. We go up the next age group, and man, I tell you what, the water got fast in a hurry. I really admire all 5 of those bulls within that class. We bring our first and second place cattle out here, and they, in my opinion, do a lot of good things for the breed, do a lot of good things visually for regardless of breed and breed composition. Champions, the white-bellied bull wins class 2, Red Bulls reserve. Let's give all 4 cattlemen a nice round of applause.
Well, congratulations over here in the Hereford ring. Your grand champion pulled female here in our Junior Hereford show. Congratulations, Paige Lemonager of Hudson, Illinois with Hawk Mila 39 JET.
Got a good individual entry here, tremendous in terms of his scrotal, and got a good set of genetic values. And basic breeding bull fundamentals. Start at the ground of this guy. He's got huge feet. His angles are right. He's comfortable in his skeleton. He's got the right degree of condition to not be cumbersome out here. He's athletic in his build and a very, very solid individual entry.
Well, congratulations again over here in the Hereford ring, your reserve grand champion pulled female. Congratulations to Sarah Rose Sullivan of Dunlap, Iowa with BKCMCC Jungle Girl 147JET. Again, congratulations to all of our pulled Hereford exhibitors. We are going to take a 15-minute break at this time for photos. We'll return back with your Horn Spring Heifer calves. Back over in the Limousine ring to catch you guys up on our last division. A big congratulations, your Division II Limousine Bull champion comes out of Class 33. Congratulations to Ratliff Cattle with Ratliff Killin' Time, ET. And Reserve will also come out of Class 33. Congratulations to Boss Lake Genetics of Parkland County, Alberta with Boss Lake Red Eye 207KET. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We're now going to bring in your next class here over in Division 3. Well, back over in our Limousine ring, we would also like to congratulate Class 34. First place was back number 9371. FCSS Jumanji, exhibited by Eliza Truell of Skytook, Oklahoma. Now currently in the ring is Class 35. We would also like to congratulate over here in the Limousine ring more Medal of Excellence winners. Congratulations. Nationally, the Gold Limousine Bull BFEC 620H High Roller Hamilton, RL Webb Farms, and Sidley Portwood of Versailles, Kentucky. Also, Gold winner Limousine Bull CRCK Big Time 419J James David Byers III. Silver Limousine Bull DEBV Kodiak 213KET. Congratulations to Deborah Miller.
Got a good pair of November bulls. The young lady here is going to start this class, and he's got the advantage on paper in terms of taking your cow herd just a little more in the right direction from an EPD perspective, and then you visually study him, and I sure like his feet. I like his joints. I like his running gear. Big scrotal circumference and just a big growthy Limousine bull that I think has a lot of quality and a lot of turnout value. Not taking anything away, this is a really good bull here in second. This guy comes out of the back of his shoulder aggressive in terms of his shape, powerful in his muscle, yet his tail head and hip set in him real well. I don't see this guy's knee and front foot in him quite as comfortable as maybe I do our class winner, but man, this thing's bold and powerful when you get in behind him and study the value down his top line in terms of adding muscle to the next generation.
Well, congratulations in the Limousine ring. First place to go to back number 9374. Congratulations to Cecil Osborne. And also second place in that class coming from Cecil Osborne of Gary, Texas with DLCN Just the Future, 1126J. We'll now look to bring in Class 36 here in Division 3.
Have 3 bulls to select from here for Grand Reserve, and I think as you put the piece of the puzzle together, you get into these late fall bulls, and I think maturity really starts to play a role in terms of your visual appeal and appraisal of these cattle. I like both class winners. I think they're sound. As I put Grand Reserve together, I think the pair out of the second class just have a little more beef, have a little more body, have a little more to them. Champion's young lady in the black vest and the maroon shirt. Reserve is second within that class. Let's give all 3 young ladies a nice round of applause for their participation.
Well, congratulations over here in the Limousin ring. We have the results of Division 3, your champion coming out of Class 35. Congratulations, Cecil Osborne, Gary, Texas, with DLCN Jackie Chan, 1110J. And second place in reserve is going to also go to Cecil Osborne with DLCN Just the Future, 1126J.
Got a real good individual entry here in the June bull. I love this guy's cushion and curvature up front. He's masculine, he's stout, he's powerful. Gets off his hind leg acceptably well. Look at him on paper, and he's sure going to add muscle. And I sure think in terms of his scrotal size and circumference and ability to generate that also bodes well for generating commercial bulls.
Well, congratulations back in the Limousin ring. Results of Division 4, congratulations. The champion was James David Byers III of Jonesboro, Tennessee, with CRCK Big Time 419J. Now in the ring is Class 39 here in your next division.
I feel like I've taken a long time on your limousine show, and I apologize, but I'm a big fan of music. And I tell you what, we have covered a lot of different genres today in, in this Coliseum in terms of music. So I find that interesting. As we look at the genetic values on these bulls, hey, both are good. I really compliment both genetic sets of values on this. But I tell you what, it's hard to make a bull as visually good as what this class winner is this young man's got. And then you look at the paper, you know, this guy's probably meant for more mature cows than virgin heifers. Outside of that, I think this bull's tremendous in terms of his athleticism, his shape, his power. Hard to put a good set of genetic values with a visually appealing bull. I think the young man's done a great job of that in this class. Young lady second, like I said, hey, this bull got a lot of utility. Numbers are solid, structure's solid. Every basic build on this guy reads right. The challenge is he doesn't do it quite as uniquely as what a really, really good class winner does in this particular drive.
Well, congratulations in Class 39 over here in the limousine ring. First place to go to Tucker Parkinson of Levelland, Texas with LFL Judson 1011J. And reserve champion will go to Liliana Portwood of Versailles, Kentucky with PFL Jack Daniel. We're now going to bring in Class 40 here in your limousine ring. We would like to make two announcements over here in our limousine ring. We would like to say a big happy birthday to Colt Parkinson. So if Colt's over there in the makeup area or back in the barns, let's wish him a happy birthday. Also, can I announce Herdsman of the Year? Can I do the Herdsman of the Year right now or no? Go ahead, and then we'll have our people come in here. We also at this time would like to announce your Herdsman of the Year for the Limousine Association. A big congratulations to Chris Barton. Chris Barton will be your Herdsman of the Year for the Limousine Association. Also, if we can have our after 5 members make their way up to the announcer booth, if you're going to be voting on the bulls, if we can please have you making your way to the announcer booth.
I sure think a very fitting way here towards the end of our bull show to bring an individual in of this quality and magnitude. You want to talk about a calving ease specialist that is in the strong side on the marbling values. Then you study the bull coming in terms of athleticism and shape. Good jointed bull, good footed bull. Lots of real value here in the ring at this particular moment.
Well, congratulations in Class 40. First place goes to DLTM Jouster 107J. Congratulations to JS Cattle and Minard Show Cattle, Maxwell, Iowa. We'll now bring in those first and seconds, and our judge will select his champion reserve here in this division.
how fortunate you folks are as a breed to have a set of big bulls at a show of this magnitude and quality to go ahead and make some breeding decisions. I think the bull show has been very, very good. I think this pair is wicked close. One of them's maybe a little nicer shouldered, just a little tidier made bull for his size and maturity. The other one's maybe just a nickel bigger footed. You look at paper, man, it's close. One of them's maybe just a little easier in his birth weight value. And then after that, they're both really progressive, is what I would call them in terms of their genetic script. I think in a very, very close decision. I love both bulls. I think both bulls have real value long term. Going to use the big bull that wins the second class for champion. Going to use a young man here in the black cowboy hat for reserve. Give them both a nice round of applause. Tremendous pair.
Well, congratulations in Division 5, your champion. Coming out of Class 40, DLTM Jouster 107J. Congratulations, JS Cattle and Minert Show Cattle of Maxwell, Iowa. Reserve champion in that division goes back number 9382, LFL Judson 1011J, exhibited by Tucker Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. We'll now look to see your final class here in our Limousine Bull Show. This will be Class 41.
Once again, don't mean to sound redundant, but that was a great pair of bulls in the last division. And then we bring an individual entry in here in this division, and fits the mold that we've been talking about, fits the mold of what people want to do in terms of making better cattle. Tremendous foot, tremendous strength, substance, stoutness, and power. Really, really a tremendous division winner here. My compliments to the breeder.
Well, congratulations in our final class and division here in your Limousine Bull Show. A big congratulations goes to Anderson Farms, Cross Creek Farms, Linhart Limousine, Davis Limousine, Edwards Land and Cattle, and Route 66 Cattle Company with ELCX High Time 065 HGT. That'll also be your division champion here in our last division. At this time, we are going to welcome in all of your division champion and reserves. And our judge, Dr. Mark Hogue, is going to select his champion reserve Limousine Bull here at the Cattlemen's Congress. With our final drive here in your Limousine Show, as we get those division champs and reserves in. Before we get those division champion reserves in, if we could please have you all put your hands together for our judge today, Dr. Mark Hogue. Well, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we're bringing in all of our division champion reserves over here in the Limousine Bull Show. Coming in out of Division 1, congratulations goes to Thomas and Son Farms of Boonesboro, Maryland with TASF Knuckle Down 623K. Coming in out of Division 2, congratulations coming from Class 33. Your champion exhibited by Ratliff Cattle with Ratliff Killin' Time, ET. Coming in out of Division 3, a big congratulations goes to Cecil Osborne of Gary, Texas with DLCN Jackie Chan 1110J. Out of your next division, your champion was exhibited by James David Byers III of Jonesboro, Tennessee with CRCK Big Time 419J. Coming in out of your next division, your champion was exhibited by JS Cattle and Minard Show Cattle in Maxwell, Iowa with DLTM Jouster 107J. And last but certainly not least, coming out of your last division, congratulations goes to Anderson Farms, Cross Creek Farms, Linhart Limousine, Davis Limousine, Edwards Land and Cattle, and Route 66 Cattle Company with ELCX High Time 065HET. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are ringside, let's put our hands together and congratulate our Limousine Bull exhibitors here at the Cattlemen's Congress. Also at this time in the Hereford ring, we're going to get started with your Horned Hereford show. This first class in the ring is Class 20, Horned Spring Heifer Calves. Attention Limousine exhibitors, we need all the after 5 members down here at the announcer booth immediately. Again, if you're in the after 5, we need you down here at the announcer's booth, please.
As we get there's maize out here, a lot of differences in terms of size and skill to maturity, and there's some places you could waver back and forth, but we easily think the one that's the best structured, the most striking, the most fresh female, that's the most youthful, is the young lady's heifer that's going to win the class. We love her in terms of her angles off of both ends of her skeleton. We like the composition she comes in. I just think one that reads with a lot of future down the road. We thought it was close between second and third. There's differences that go both ways. We think the heifer in second's a little more attractive up through her front 1/3. We think she's probably a little deeper right to the center portion of her body cavity. But we like both these heifers really well. The heifer that's in third, we maybe like her hind leg just a little better than the heifer in second. She sets down maybe with just a little more cushion off her back end than the heifer right in second. When she comes at you, she wants to toe out just a little bit. That combined with her just not being quite as chiseled up through her front end makes us place that heifer third, but we like that one quite a bit. The heifer that comes out next is probably more youthful and greener like our class winner, but I don't see quite the amount of shape in that heifer. I don't see quite as much attractiveness in that heifer as we did the heifer that starts the class. And she's not giving her best effort today. That young lady is, but the young lady's heifer is not. The young lady's heifer that comes out next, we thought was maybe just a little too far along today in terms of her condition, in terms of her size, and the one that concludes the class probably moves a little better off of her hind leg, just needs to have a little more attractive front end for her to get any higher.
Well, congratulations over here in your Horned Hereford ring. We have the results of your first class here in our Horned Hereford division. First place and congratulations will go to Ella Weldon of Piedmont, Oklahoma, with Colt HCC Ansley 414. Second place and congratulations goes to McKenna Austin and Tessa Smith. Third place exhibited by Addison Ward. Fourth place and congratulations will go to Cannon and Keelan Dickerson and Kenna Sealis. Fifth place in that class and congratulations Brecken Good. Sixth place exhibited by Mary Elliott Martin of Auburn, Alabama. Now in ring one, we have class 21 Horn Spring Heifer Calves, born April 3rd through April 16th.
really a nice class here. These top three were the three that we kind of liked the best, and second and third are both very dissimilar from one another, but we really like the heifer that wins this class. From a structure and balance standpoint, youthfulness, we love this heifer that wins this class. You get her on the move, she's got the correct angle and reach off of both ends. A heifer that's so elegant and so youthful through her front end, but still has a nice natural drop to her rib cage. When you compare to the heifer in second, it is her elegance up front, her little leaner look to her today that we prefer over the heifer in second. And she comes at you a little truer up front. The heifer in second wants to roll just a little bit up front, but we really like this heifer that starts. We thought there was enough softness in terms of body cavity. We thought the heifer in second was sounder off of her hind leg and offered more flexibility and more rib cage than the heifer in third. No, she's not got the extreme look that the heifer in third does. She's not got as much bone. She's not got as much presence in terms of her neck, but we like her cowiness better than the one in third. Like we said, this one's got a lot of pizzazz to her. We just think she's a little upright on both ends of her skeleton. Not quite as dimensional in terms of her lower rib. But if that heifer will loosen up, boy, she's got a look when you get her parked, and this young lady does a nice job showing. Young man's heifer coming out next. He gives up a little power and a little look to the one right in front of her, but he's got a nice functional female that's sounder than the heifers that are coming out next. The young lady's heifer that comes out next, we liked her size and youthfulness, her softness. When you compare to the heifer right behind her, she comes in at her hock and could be a little more coordinated off of her hind leg, but a nice female. Big stout heifer coming out next, probably a little far along right now for us. And the young man's heifer that comes out next just needs to have a little more flex off her back end when you set those cattle into motion.
Well, congratulations over here in the Hereford ring. We have the results of Class 21 here in your horn show. First place, we'll go to back number 30220, EXR Hind Class Cat 2253 ET, exhibited by Ella Weldon, Piedmont, Oklahoma, bred by Express Ranches, Yukon, Oklahoma. Second place in that class, and congratulations, we'll go to Grady and Hudson Carter of Stratford, Oklahoma. Third place, exhibited by Bo-Ann Graves. Fourth place went to Kaylin and Charlie Kinder. Fifth place in that class, and congratulations to Holly and Noah Perry. Sixth place, Elena Walsh. And seventh place in that class, exhibited by Cobley Lewis. We're now going to bring in Class 22. These will be Horn Spring heifer calves born March 2nd to March 28th.
So over on the limousine side, just to describe what's going on at this time, the After Five Club was organized and managed by Ken Holloway and American Cattle Services for many, many years. Originally, it was during the All-American Futurity Show during the summer, and the decision was made to move it to this show 3 years ago. So this is the third year that it's been held at the Cattle Congress. And basically what it is a people's choice. You can be in the After Five Club for a $500 membership. What that entitles you to is one vote, which is what's happening right now. Each member will get 20 units of semen from what's named as the After Five Club champion. The champion of the bull this year will receive right at $15,000 from the membership. And they have to agree to, of course, allow each member 20 units of semen. So if you want to be involved next year, see George Hubbard if you're interested in being so, and that'll be announced after Mr. Hogue announces his champion bull.
I've had the opportunity over the years to serve as a judge in multiple species in different settings, and I have to say this is a new experience for me. When you bring 30 breeders in that are passionate about the breed and have strong opinions, and then I'm supposed to go pick my bull, champion and reserve, and then go from there and hear what the people's choice is. One thing for certain, a livestock show judge has to be self-confident. I would say in this particular situation, you got to be real confident in what you want to do. And I would say the best advice or the best parting words that I have for you in this particular situation with this set of bulls, I'm very, very pleased that there's not just one bull that's the mystical unicorn and the rest aren't very good. There are a tremendous amount of opportunities out here, and I've tried to talk with you through the bull show in terms of blending some EPDs with some visual appeal, and it's really, really been a great event. Oftentimes, breeders decide, particularly on big bulls, let's not show them because then we get them beat, and if they're not shown and they're not beaten, then they're the best in the country. And so I compliment not only the bull calf exhibitors, but also the mature bull showmen, 2-year-old bulls that are out here looking tremendously good and tremendously powerful. I don't have any individual description for you. I would say your champion bull hit me first impression very, very hard. I'm a first impression evaluator, and I rely on that heavily to navigate through difficult shows, and this has been a difficult show with lots of close decisions. Once again, thank the board, thank the junior members, the junior board for their help. And with that stated, let's put our hands together for each representative out here representing their breeding program in the best fashion they can.
Well, congratulations over here in the limousine ring. Your champion bull comes out of Division II. Congratulations to Ratliff Cattle with Ratliff Killin' Time ET. And congratulations, your reserve champion bull. Before I announce the reserve, if we can have those that were eligible for the after 5 to please stay in the ring. Again, if we can have those bulls, please stay in the ring. We'd appreciate it. Your reserve champion bull coming out of your final division. A big congratulations to Anderson Farms, Cross Creek Farms, Linhart Limousine, Davis Limousine, Edwards Land and Cattle, and Route 66 Cattle Company with ELCX High Time 065HET. Again, congratulations to our limousine exhibitors. A big thank you to our judge today, Dr. Mark Hogue of Good Hope, Illinois.
As we get out here in your early marches, I think a really nice female that comes to the top pretty handily for us. This effort offers the structure, the youthfulness, the balance of the heifers that we've been using. Just comes to us, you know, more ready and more dimensional today than a couple of the younger ones, but still follows the same quality in terms of structure. That heifer we like pretty well. I think it gets challenging after that. You can go lots of different ways. This heifer, when the young man gets her parked and set up and gets her offset, this heifer is very striking, gives you a really nice look from the side. I think a heifer that has a pretty functional hind leg to her, a heifer that you could probably pick up just a tick in terms of her pins, a heifer that maybe could come just a little straighter at you when she comes at you. But I think that's a high quality heifer that moves off of a nice hind leg. We like the heifer in third. If she was a little prettier, we'd move her up a little bit because we like her width and her dimension. We like her hind leg and her softness at the ground. we think that's a nice heifer as well. The next heifer that comes out, heifer that when this young lady has her parked, we really like her because she's a very good showman. This heifer's square. She's pretty nicely balanced. We'd like to see her move a little better with more authority off of her hind leg when you get her out here and you set her into motion. The next heifer we have coming out, a bigger heifer, a longer bodied, heavier structured heifer. We just wanted her to move a little better out of her front end. The young lady's heifer that we have coming out next probably does that. Probably does move a little nicer out of her front end, but not as much mass and as much power. Young man's heifer coming out next, just want to deepen her down. The young man's heifer after that probably is deeper and a little softer in terms of her flank, but a little plainer up front. And then young ladies includes the class. We just need to give her a little more set to her legs so she can get out and travel a little freer.
Well, congratulations in our Hereford ring. Class 22, first place, exhibited by Maddie and Marcy Harward of Richfield, North Carolina, with Boy Fiona 243 KET. Second place in that class, and congratulations will go to Cobley Lewis of Ryan, Oklahoma, with BACC 629 Georgia K 209 ET. Third place in that class, and congratulations will go to Houston Denton and Clayton Stapleton of Clinton, Illinois. Fourth place was exhibited by Brady Lauren and Nicholas Jones. Fifth place in that class, and congratulations will go to Julia, Jacqueline, Johanna, and Caroline Studer. Sixth place will go to Kendall and Hayes Devine. Seventh place in that class was exhibited by Spencer Suchin. Eighth place exhibited by Carter Thomas. And ninth place in that class, and congratulations to Samantha Unruh. We're now going to bring in those first and seconds. Our judges select their champion reserve in our Horn Spring Heifer Calf division.
Well, we sure had a good time judging that polled show, and we thought the quality was extreme. But I'll be honest, since the start of this show, I think we got a few less differences in the cattle. The cattle are sorting up just a little easier and quicker, but we're really happy with this set of heifers we have out here. Really, in terms of structural design and being where they need to be in terms of skeletal maturity. The young man, heifer up front, really does a nice job showing. I think she belongs also maybe to the young lady behind her. But we like this heifer. We liked her freshness, her structure. When you compare her to the one right behind her, she probably doesn't have quite as much wow factor right at her throat. She's probably not as shapely up high, and when you get in from behind her, but we think that one's got a bright future because of her structure and her softness of rib. The heifer out of the next class, another one we like in terms of her movement, we like in terms of her size and skeletal maturity. She just has a little more punch and a little more dimension and a little neater neck than the one right in front of her. And then the heifer that out of the last class has the same build and structural design and balance that we liked about the other two, just comes to us a little more ready, very dimensional, very cow-like, very powerful female. We're really happy with our seconds as well. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause, and we'll keep the show moving.
Well, congratulations over here in our Horned Hereford ring. Your champion spring heifer calf goes back number 30242, Boy Fiona 243 KET. Congratulations to Maddie and Marcy Howard of Richfield, North Carolina. And congratulations back over here in the Hereford ring. Reserve champion that division goes to Alla Weldon, Piedmont, Oklahoma with EXR High Class Cat 2253 ET. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We're now going to bring in Class 23 Horn Junior Heifer Calves born February 6th through February 19th of 2022. Well, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we are going to introduce you your After 5 champion here in our Limousine Bull Show. A big congratulations. ELCX High Time 065 HET. Congratulations. Anderson Farms, Cross Creek Farms, Linhart Limousine, Davis Limousine, Edwards Land and Cattle, and Route 66 Cattle Company. Congratulations to those owners and exhibitors, and a special thank you to our Limousine Junior Board and staff here making our show possible. Well, for those of you joining us in the Jim Norick Arena, we would like to let you know that we are going to start our Angus Super ROV Bull Show in just a couple moments here in Ring 2. Again, we are going to start our Angus Super ROV Bull Show in just a couple minutes here in Arena 2.
Really a good class here in your junior heifer calf division. These top two are really powerfully designed, big ribbed females. Of the two, I like the extension up front and the way the neck sets on the first place heifer a bit better than the heifer in second. I like her joint work off of her hock, and we think that she's a little more collected when you get her off of her hind leg. A heifer that just puts a lot together for us within this particular class. We really like the heifer in second because we think she matches up in terms of a body and dimension and cow standpoint. Just comes to us not quite as attractive in terms of her neck set. She gets a little bolder in her hock and wants to roll just a tick down low, but that's an awfully good heifer that we like a great deal. Young lady's heifer is probably the most slender about her neck of the top three. She's very feminine and lays in nice at the top and point of her shoulder. Just doesn't have the flexibility, doesn't have the center body and the width and dimension those two have. And then a really attractive heifer that comes out next just gets outpowered by three awfully good ones in this particular class.
Well, back over in Arena 2, we would like to congratulate your premier breeder of our Limousine show. A big congratulations to James David Byer III. Congratulations. And your premier exhibitor, a big congratulations to Parkinson Cattle. Again, that was for your limousine show. We are going to start our Angus Super ROV Bull Show in Arena 2 in just a moment. Back to the Hereford ring. We have the results from Class 23. A big congratulations goes to Hadley Dunklow of Wayne, Nebraska with KLL KLD Troyer 1KET. Second place in that class, and congratulations to Brazos and Teos Heck of Fitzhugh, Oklahoma. Third place in that class, exhibited by Carly Thomas of Purcell, Oklahoma. And fourth place, congratulations, Brooke Bain of Lawton, Oklahoma. Now entering ring 1 is Class 24, Horn Junior Heifer Calves, born January 3rd through January 19th of 2022. This will be your final class in this division.
Really a nice class of February heifers here. The heifer we're going to go ahead and use to win the class, we really like her in terms of her structural design. We think a female that's got that much rib cage and that much depth aside, and she's really neat right through her throat and through her chest. A heifer that when compared to the heifer in second, we think she's a little better right behind her shoulders. We think she's a little leveler and higher placed about her pins and moves just a little stouter out of her hind leg. We really like the flexibility of the heifer in second. She goes second because we like her in terms of her structure. We like her in terms of her body. She's really long from the point of her shoulder back to her pins. She comes with just a little looser leather up front, and I don't think there's quite as much look to that heifer as the one we start with, and not quite as square right behind in terms of her hock. Young man's got a real cowy, broody female that comes out next that we liked quite a bit. A heifer that gets out and travels pretty good, just gets a little plainer up through her front end. Young lady's heifer that comes next is more striking and more elegant and more attractive at the stand. We just want to change her off of her hind leg when you set the cattle in motion. The young man's heifer we have coming out next, I think, just outperforms the young ladies, just more size and more volume. The young lady's got a really attractive heifer there. Just need to see a little bit more of her today for her to get any higher.
Well, congratulations over here in the Hereford ring. Results of Class 24. First place exhibited by Madeline Grace Thompson of Amity, Missouri with KLLTR 111F Candy 10KET. Second place, and congratulations. We'll go to back number 30263, exhibited by Marilyn Page of Mano, Oklahoma. Third place in that class, exhibited by Crew Cummings of Hollis, Oklahoma. Fourth place, exhibited by Chancey Clark of Muldrow, Oklahoma. Fifth place, exhibited by Hardy McCollum Edwards of Winterville, Georgia. And sixth place in that class, congratulations to Caitlin Holbrook. We'll now bring in your first and seconds and select a division here in our Horn Junior Heifer Calf division.
As we get out here for your junior heifer calf, really another pleasing division of functional cattle that are pleasing for us because we're being able to find what we're looking for. The heifer that wins the first class, I think, does a lot of good things into a complete package. A heifer that's just overwhelming in terms of her mass and her power and her design, yet she does it in a flexible skeleton, and you get her out on the side, a heifer that's nicely balanced. She's not quite as tidy and is in her throat and as small necked as the one behind her, but we do think that there's quite a bit more to that heifer in terms of mass and dimension when you compare to the one right behind her. We like the heifer in second really, or the heifer behind her really well. She's unique. We love her body. We love her hip and hind leg. She's neat necked. I mean, her throat, there's nothing there. That heifer probably doesn't have the length of top, the length of hip that the one right in front of her does. We think that the seconds are both really, really good, and one of them I think is in contention. We'll get him over here, but we think there's a heifer that puts everything together for us. Kyle, go select her, and let's give these young people a round of applause. It's been, I'll tell you, your average age of your showman today has probably been about 12 years old, and I think as a breed, they already know what they're doing as a breed. You have to feel really, really good about the future. Let's give these young people a nice round of applause.
Well, congratulations over here in the Hereford ring. Your champion horn junior heifer calf goes to KLLKLD. Toiger 1KET, exhibited by Hadley Dunklau of Wayne, Nebraska. Well, in the Hereford ring, we are going to move into your next division. Next class in will be Class 25, Horn Senior Heifer Calves, born November 5th to November 23rd of 2021. Reserve in that last division over here in the Hereford ring, congratulations. We'll go to back number 30255, KLLTR 111F Candy 10 KET, exhibited by Madeline Grace Thompson of Amity, Missouri. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors.
really a nice class of Novembers as we start the fall division. Extremely high quality individual in terms of her balance and her elegance as from the side. Really like the freshness as this heifer comes to us in terms of her composition. We like her in terms of her structure and her flexibility off of both ends. A heifer that still doesn't disappoint you in terms of the width and dimension that she has coming out of the top side of her shoulder. And when you get in behind her, she probably doesn't have maybe the swoop that the heifer that we have in second does, but we think she's got plenty, and we think she's just really high quality and put together right. The heifer in second, we'd like to probably see her doesn't have any EPDs, but we think that this heifer still has enough quality and balance and depth of body to compete, to beat the heifer that we have in third. A heifer that she could stride out just a notch longer off of her hind leg. Young ladies heifer we have coming out next, one that is probably a tick longer striding off of her back end. A heifer that just doesn't have the attractiveness up through her front 1/3 and the elegance in terms of her neck coming out of the top side of her shoulder. But three really nice females to start off that division.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we are about ready to get started over here in Ring 2 with your Angus Super ROV Bull Show. We're excited to welcome your judges today, Mr. Jim Pimpkin of Republic, Missouri, and Dave Nichols of Manhattan, Kansas. If we can please put our hands together for those gentlemen joining us here at the Cattlemen's Congress. Well, back in the Hereford ring, we have the results from Class 25. Congratulations, first place. Bred known by Landry Allen of Nacona, Texas, with BACC Miss Spice 178 ET. Second place and congratulations goes to Gentry Close of Grove, Oklahoma. And third place in that class exhibited by Braden Disney of Boonville, Arkansas. Now in ring 1, we have Class 26. These are Horn Senior Heifer calves, born October 3rd through October 8th of 2021.
Well, we sure have a nice way to start off our class and our Angus show this afternoon. A pair of really nice May calves that are going to be automatically our division winners. Both of these calves are nice representatives of what this breed has to offer in terms of maternal and muscle and power and mass. Lead off the class, Dave, and I think the calf that wins the class just is more complete from front to rear. I think he transitions a little nicer and neater from his neck back into his shoulders. It ties back into his forearm. not only at the side view from up into his spine. I think he's got more relaxation and flexibility out of his spine. I think he handles his front leg with just a little more natural authority from the knee down into his front leg. Really base wide when you get behind him, very youthful in his presentation. Change him a little bit, you might like to see him a little deeper heeled, just a little more force and power pushing off that rear leg, but a calf that wins it fairly handily in our estimation. The calf that's going to be reserved today, the first thing you see about him is the performance, the muscle, the shape, the mass that he possesses. You really like that. He's going to have a lot of performance. He's going to add a lot of pounds to a set of calves. We'd like to see him in a more pleasing package. We'd like to change him a little bit out of that front joint, out of his front shoulder, and make him a little nicer and longer from the side. Nice pair of bulls.
Over in your Hereford ring, we have a nice 4 October heifers here. I think the heifer that wins the class, though, does pretty handily. I think that heifer really does a nice job combining structure and power and dimension, and yet she puts it together in enough attractive enough package. You know, she's not freaky in terms of her throat and her chest, but we really like the dimension and overall volume that she has, and we think she moves as good as any heifer we have within the class. We really like the heifer in second. She's maybe a bit more conventional in terms of her frame size. You make her a notch bigger and it may get a little closer up front, because we love this heifer in terms of the look that she gives you from the side. She's got a tidy little neck and a big belly. She's level hipped, a heifer that moves out pretty nicely. She's just not near as dimensional and powerful as the one in front of her. Now the heifer in third has the same volume and the same power that our class winner does. She just comes to us in a little straighter package off of both ends and needs to have just a shot more belly, but there is an added advantage to that heifer in terms of her bone and footwork and power over the heifer that concludes the class. Nice class of females.
Well, over in our Angus ring, we're excited to get started with your bull show here at the Cattlemen's Congress. We have made our way through the first division. Your first division champion will go to back number 10502, Moffat FMJ06. Congratulations to breeder and owner Jillian Moffat of Colfax, Iowa. Reserve in that first division goes to back number 10501, WGA Maverick 12K, exhibited by Holly Rose Marsh of Earlville, Illinois. Now in ring 2, we have class 2B. Back over in the Hereford ring, we have the results of class 26 here in your Horn division. First place and congratulations will go to Catherine Coleman of Modesto, California, with BK Jet Mist 1043 JET. Second place in that class and congratulations will go to Grady Kramer of Waxahachie, Texas. Third place and congratulations also to Catherine Coleman, Modesto, California. Fourth place exhibited by Gracie Gist of Fort Gibson, Oklahoma. Now in ring 1 is class 27, Horn Senior Heifer Calves, born August 24th to September 26th of 2021.
Another nice class in our Angus Bull Show. Pair of calves that are definitely different in their types and kinds. We're going to give up a little bit of natural shape of muscle and dimension of muscle when you get right behind him, and use a calf that I think is a little bigger footed. I think he's got a nicer angle to his shoulder. I think he ties up a little better and more neatly from the top of his shoulder back into his spine. I think he's deeper and more open middle through his heart girth and through his midsection. He does disappoint me just ever so slightly when I get behind him. I'd like to see a little bit more natural pin width and a little more base width and natural muscle expression. But you really like this guy from front to rear, how he transitions, how he blends. He's very youthful in his presentation. He can get out and glide with a little more stability, a little more ease of movement. The Keffin 2 is the one that's got a little more muscle, a little more shape, a little more natural rib shape to him. I just don't feel he quite addresses the issue of show bull quite as well today. He doesn't transition as well from the top of his shoulder, from the shoulder back into that forerib as well. He just doesn't find that comfort zone off that left rear foot. Just a calf that we'd like to change a little bit in terms of structure. I do love his base width, his natural muscle, and his expression all the way through. Nice pair.
Well, congratulations over here in the Angus ring. Results of Class 2B. Congratulations. First place will go to ACC Escalade 2219. Bred known by Kyle Anderson of Chrisman, Illinois. And second place in that class will go to back number 10506. Owned by Leighton Jane Strait of Fairmont, Oklahoma. Now in the ring is Class 3B.
As we get into the last class in this division, I think there's a heifer that does win this class, and then I think it's a little closer from there. But the heifer that's the most effective combination of structure and attractiveness and freshness, still with plenty of center body, plenty of width, is the young lady's heifer we're going to go ahead and start with. When you compare her to both the heifers right behind her, her neck ties higher out of the top side of her shoulder. She's slender in terms of her neck, and she's smaller from the top side of her neck down to her throat. A heifer we really like in terms of her hip and hind leg. Heifer that's got plenty of softness. We think she's probably the freshest one of the four as well. I think it's close between 2 and 3. We think the heifer in third moves with just a little more flexibility. We like the freshness, the shape, and the leanness of the heifer that we're going to go ahead and run second. We think she's just a little cleaner down through her chest floor. A heifer that we think is just a little longer in terms of her spine and her gauge. We do like the heifer in third. We think that she's a big hind-legged heifer. She's got some bone to her. Where we want to change her is, I think at this stage of the game, she's got enough chest and enough throat. I don't think that heifer has been overfed. I think that's just the way she's kind of built. But we would like to change that, and that would help her balance when you analyze her from the side. She is a little longer toed and a little shallower heeled compared to that one right in front of her, but really a good female. The young lady's heifer that comes out for us certainly is not one that has as deserving probably to be last in class. She just got into a really good class that was small in numbers. That heifer's long-bodied and has a good hind leg. Maybe just not the attractiveness up front of a couple of the heifers we have in front of her.
Well, congratulations over here in the Hereford ring. Results of Class 27. First place and congratulations will go to Jenny Funderburg of Stephenville, Texas, with purple Eleanor 125J. Second place in that class, and congratulations to Grady and Hudson Carter of Stratford, Oklahoma. Third place in that class was exhibited by Joseph Shore. In fourth place, Marilyn Pecha. Now in the ring, we are going to bring in your first and seconds. Our judge will select their champion reserve senior heifer calves.
As we get out here for your senior heifer calf division, again, we have been very pleased the way these classes have come together and the kind of cattle that we're finding. We're really we're able to find exactly what we're looking for in each and every class. The heifer that wins the first class is one we really like in terms of her squareness. Heifer that when she comes at you and goes, it's got width of chest, she's square and she's wide pinned. Really a nice hind leg in this female. A female that's good in terms of her underline, in terms of her top line. A heifer that when she comes at you, she can roll in just a little bit. She's not the longest fronted one, but she's certainly cowy. She's good in her shoulder. She's nice in her jaw. She's slender in her neck. I think a nice female there. The big power heifer is the one out of the middle class. She is the highest performing. She's the heaviest muscled. She's got the most weight per day of age. And she does all that being really good in terms of her feet and leg structure. When you get the three on the side view, a heifer that probably is third in terms of her balance. When you analyze this heifer, she wants to get just a little lower chested. She has a little more throat, and she gets a little higher right there in her loin. But certainly one that we appreciate for having that much power and weight per day of age and still being very flexible. Then the heifer down here on the end is the one from the side you really prefer. That heifer gives you a really striking, high quality, fresh look. We love the way she's designed up through her front 1/3. She's very slender and she's clean in her condition. Heifer we like in terms of her structure. We realize she's not the most dimensional or highest performing of the three, but we sure like the way she's built. We're going to have Kyle go out and select the two we like the best, but please give us these young people a nice round of applause.
An interesting class in our Angus division this morning in this class of bulls. 5 bulls, 5 different kinds. It's kind of like going to the grocery store and looking at the bottom shelf and finding that all packages are not equal, a variety pack, and getting these. If we had the technology to go ahead and combine the top 3 bulls in this class and make one individual, I think we could find one that we would like quite a bit. The calf we go ahead and use to start with, I'd like to tone him down for me a little bit in his overall growth curve at 12:31 at the end of March. He's a powerhouse, but where's he going to shut down? Where's he going to quit at? That's my concern on this one. I love the power. I love the muscle, the mass, the shape. If I could change him, I'd change him from his knee down into his front foot. I'd change him into his rear pastern a little bit with a little more flex, a little more softness out of that rear leg. But he is a powerhouse, the biggest, the heaviest bull in here with one of the bigger testicular circumferences. Then we come into a calf in 2. I think he's just a natural fit in the second position today. He's a calf that is base wide. I think he's got some dimension, some length at top. I think there's more muscle, more scrotal circumference, and more power in him than we have in the calf in 3. The calf in 2, I'd like to change him out of his shoulder design and his structure. I'd like you to lay him back in his blade just ever so slightly so he can reach out and grab some more ground with that front leg. The calf in 3 is the soundest of the top 3. I'll be the first to say that. When he first presents himself to you, you want to get him to the top of the class fairly handily. He's very unique, and he's kind, and he's tight. He transitions so well from front to rear with some natural base width. But you look down between his hind legs and look at 25 scrotal circumference on a March calf. That's even a little too small for me to use him any higher today. I love his type and he's kind, his flexibility, his foot size, his angles. He just needs to be a little more masculine in his makeup for me to get him any higher today. The calf in 4 is one that you like when you get him stopped. He gets a little bit more out of his comfort zone when we put him in motion, a little straighter in his design, a little more perpendicular on both ends, but still a high-performance calf with a lot of things to offer in terms of pounds and performance. The young lady's calf to finalize the drive of 5 is one that just gives up some pounds and performance. He's not quite ready for the day. I think he's sound. I think he's complete. He just needs a little more time to go ahead and genetically develop to his potential. Nice class of bulls, definitely some differences from type and kind all the way through.
Really nice late July heifer here, one that you really appreciate the presentation on, one that's presented very nicely and shown very well. A heifer that's got really good body, yet she comes to us really fresh and in her condition, and a heifer that you have to appreciate for her squareness of hip. Heifer that has a nice hind leg. She has a little crest. She toes out just a tick out front, but I think a really nice female this young man's brought out for us.
Well, congratulations over here in the Hereford ring. The result of your senior heifer calf division. Your champion was exhibited by Jetty Funderburg of Stephenville, Texas. And reserve in that division was exhibited by Landry Allen of Nocona, Texas. We just brought in class 28. First place in that class, and congratulations to Jason Bost of Rocky Ridge, Maryland. We'll now look to bring in class 29. These will be horned early summer yearlings. Back over in the Angus ring, we have the results from class 3B. First place in that class went to Del Porto Syndicate, bred and owned by Dawson Lee Del Porto. Second place in that class, and congratulations, goes to Emily Keiswitter of Farmington, Illinois, with KA Black Panther 217. Third place in that class, and congratulations, bred and owned by Brax Parker Frederick of Stephenville, Texas. Fourth place in that class was bred and owned by Crow Creek Farms in Lawton, Oklahoma. And fifth place went to Elizabeth Covey of Van Buren, Arkansas. Now in ring 2, we have class 4B here in your Angus Bull Show.
Just one May heifer here in your intermediate division, but certainly one we like quite a bit. A heifer that's really square and true in terms of her structure. She comes and leaves you very collected and very flexible. A heifer that's very dimensional when you get on top of her and behind her. She's fresh in terms of her condition. You know, she could maybe be just like a tick deeper bodied, but a heifer that I think with the way she's built, you have to keep her pretty fresh. We really like the dimension and the soundness of this heifer. It'd be nice to have her back out here. Get those two in this division back out here for your champion reserve.
Well, congratulations in Class 29 over here in Hereford ring, first place. We'll go to back number 30287, Purple Avita 100 JET, exhibited by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. We'll now bring those two first placings in, select a champion reserve in your intermediate yearling division.
Two really nice individuals out here and two heifers that have advantages over one another. The heifer that was out of our first class is probably a little sleeker fronted, a little deeper bodied. Where we want to change hers in terms of her front end structure, we'd like to set her back at her knee and have her come at us just a little square. The heifer out of the second class is one that is ultra square and dimensional all the way through. Everything kind of goes in the right direction. We like the heifer down her top and out over her hip. I think a very functional female. We talked about, you know, she's not freaky necked and swoopy bellied, but she's square and sound and true. We've been trying to stay very close to structure and making that our main priority. So she's going to be your division champion. The young man's Summerborn is going to be your reserve. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Well, congratulations in your intermediate yearling division. Your champion exhibited by Sarah Rose Sullivan, and reserve exhibited by Jason Boss of Rocky Ridge, Maryland. We'll now bring in Class 30 over here in the Hereford ring. These will be Horn Spring yearling females born April 3rd through April 18th.
4 really good bulls in this class. I'll let you look at the paperwork and let you sort through it however you want to. So there's definitely some differences. We didn't use the best numbered bull to win this class. We'll be the first to concede that. But he's a calf that I think you look at him and you look at combination cattle that have structural integrity, muscle mass, dimension, volume, some things you really like. He kind of climbs to the top fairly handily for us. Where I would like to change him is from his knee down into his front foot. I'd like to see that front foot lay a little more parallel with his spine, but he gets off of it with some ease, and he's got some cushion on both ends. Just a pretty good kind of bull to start the class with. I feel that our biggest challenge was between 2 and 3. I think number-wise, I think these bulls are very similar in terms of number profile and EPD profile. I think the bull in 2 is more massive in his foot design. I think he's more massive in his bone circumference from the knee down and the hock down. I don't think he's quite as neat and nice through his shoulder structure, especially his lower shoulder, as compared to the calf in 3. But when we look at him, I look at him 3/4 and I get behind him. I just think there's more bull there. I think there's more pounds and performance in terms of base width. I know when you put them on the scales, they're very similar in weight per day of age and weight today. I just think on down the road, there's going to be a little bit more shelf life in this one with the foot quality and the foot size that he possesses today. The calf in 3, you get him stopped, you love the youthfulness of this calf. He is designed so neatly up through his shoulder and his neck and how it transitions from neck to shoulder to body. He's flexible in his spine. For me today, he's a little more frail in his bone work. I think a little smaller in his foot size compared to the previous 2. But I like this calf in terms of ideal type and kind. He's one that has a nice look about him, a nice breed character look about him. If I could power him up ever so slightly, I think he climbs to the top fairly handily with the number profile that he has with him. The calf that finalizes the drive of 4 in a really competitive class is one that you love him when you get him stopped and get behind him. He's base wide. He's got a lot of natural thickness of top. He just doesn't transition from his shoulder back into his forerib with as much power, as much softness and dimension through his midsection as the previous 3, and that's why he's in the 4th position today.
Three really nice females over here, and I think basically there's one judgment call to make, and it's up on the top end. We're going to go ahead and go with the heifer that we feel is a little fresher, a little more attractive up to her front 1/3. She's more slender about her neck. A heifer that when you analyze her, she's a little longer cannon-boned female that I think just has a little more extension and more eye appeal and comes to us a little more of the condition that we prefer. We certainly appreciate the heifer in 2nd for her wide build and a female that is soft at the ground. Just comes to us, needs to be a little more feminine up to her front 1/3 and just lean down just a shot. The heifer that comes out 3rd is a nice female. Heifer that's got some power and dimension up through her top and over her hip. Just maybe not the femininity and softness of rib that those 2 heifers we have in front of her, but a very nice female for that young lady as well.
Well, congratulations over here in the Angus ring. The results of Class 4B. First place went to Faree Fitz Black Label 2229, bred and owned by Houston Faree of Sullivan, Indiana. Second place in that class went to Boyd Shannon 2035, bred and owned by Boyd Beef Cattle of Mayslick, Kentucky. Third place in that class was bred and owned by Grant C. Ward of Oak Grove, Missouri. In 4th place in that class, congratulations, bred and owned by Horsley Bros of Galva, Illinois. Now in ring 2, we have Class 5B here in your Angus Bull Show. Back over to the Hereford ring, results of Class 30. These were Horn Spring yearling females. First place and congratulations goes to LSC Jada 106 JET, exhibited by Denton Clayton and Houston Stapleton of Clinton, Illinois. Second place in that class and congratulations will go to Creighton Carpenter of Leedy, Oklahoma. And third place in that class, congratulations goes to Hannah McCurry of Stratford, Texas. Now in ring 1, we'll have Class 31, Horn Spring yearling females, born March 3rd through March 21st of 2021.
really a big class over here. And, as soon as they walked in, I knew it was going to be somewhat of a difficult class because from the beginning, there wasn't one heifer that you looked at and you said, that one's going to compete for the bottom. There wasn't one heifer that when she walked in, we said, there's no way that one's going to get beat. It was a lot of really good heifers that you had to really sort through, and I'm very happy that we came down to these two heifers. I think they're the two that most effectively combine structure and balance to the highest degree. I think we're going to go ahead and use to start with is a little fresher. I think she's not probably any nicer in terms of her front end, in terms of the top set of her crest to her throat, but we really like the condition that she comes to us in. We like both of these heifers in terms of their teat size and their udders. We think both heifers are plenty sound. We just like the freshness of the heifer we start with. We think she's a little better also right in behind her shoulders. She's a little neater and has a little more presence off of her hip and hind leg. The heifer in second, just a good functional female. When compared to the heifer in third, we think she's longer fronted. She's higher tying in terms of the neck set on the top of her shoulder. She's a little cleaner through her throat. This is a very nice heifer, maybe not quite the pizzazz of the one that stands right in front of her. Really a good functional heifer that we really like in terms of her structure, in terms of her wideness and chest floor. Heifer that's really wide pin, heifer that is starting to spring up, and she's done a nice job getting her bred. Just a little plainer up through her front end when you compare to those two in front of her. Young lady's heifer that we have coming around next, a heifer that you really like her foot size and her bone and her squareness. A heifer that she too has maybe just a tick more throat and chest to her, but we like this heifer's kind. She doesn't have probably the size and the volume of the three heifers we have in front of her. Every once in a while she can get just a little uneasy in terms of her pasterns, and that's an advantage we probably give to the young man's heifer that comes out next. This heifer is a little bigger framed and a little prettier fronted. Heifer that when you get her out in the move, though, you want to change the way she's lined off of her hind leg into her stifle, which causes her to shorten up just a little bit. The young lady's heifer that comes out next is really attractive, but bigger framed and shallower bodied. The heifer that concludes the class is probably easier doing, but a little plainer, not quite a little coarser in overall design.
Well, congratulations over here in the Hereford ring. Results of class 31. First place and congratulations goes to Ella Weldon of Piedmont, Oklahoma with EXR Primrose 1501 ET. Second place in that class and congratulations goes to Breonna Laramie Stewart of Bloomfield, Iowa with Case Shelby's 414. Third place in that class, congratulations to Riata and Rolton Boysedin. The fourth place in that class will go to Kylan and Cameron Oaks. Fifth place and congratulations will go to John Robert Dower. Sixth place and congratulations to Sarah McMahon Harfst. And seventh will go to Madeline Cooper and Wyatt Weber. Now in ring one, we have our next division here in your Horned Hereford show.
Another big class of bulls are February yearlings. 9 head in here. Again, we've got a big difference in type and kind from top to bottom all the way through. If you want to get them sorted a little differently and talk them that way, we can do that all day long too. There's so much variety in I'm sure pedigrees, but there's so much variety in types and kinds and performance. You don't really find two that go together and go fit together and demand to come to the top of this class, and I'll be the first to say that. There's bits and pieces of each one of these bulls I like, and there's bits and pieces of each one of these bulls I'd love to change. The calf that we felt was the best combination bull in terms of muscle mass, structural integrity, depth and dimension is the calf we're going to start with. He's perhaps the one that's not got the pizzazz and the wow factor about him when you get out here, but you really analyze him in terms of foot quality, foot size, joints. He's cleaning his joints, he's tightening his sheath. He's a calf that's got some performance in pounds and performance all the way through him. He's base wide, he's chest floor wide, and he's still youthful enough up front. I just like to see him balance up a little bit more nicely, see him a little more powerful out of his neck and his head if I really wanted to change him today. The calf in 2 is the calf that more closely follows the type and kind. I don't think he handles his front foot and his front knee down into his front foot as well as the calf that precedes him in the lineup. But you look at the rest of these bulls in terms of width through their pins, width up through the upper dimension of her hip structure, and down low. He's as base wide as anything left in here. He also transitions very, very well. He's got a little more sheath, a little more jiggle underneath, but he's a calf that's high in performance. He's a calf that looks good in a number profile, and he's a calf that looks good in person. So 2 just kind of was a natural fit for him in our mind today. The calf that surprises us a little bit every time we get a good look at him is the calf in 3. We haven't been able to get a good look at him very often. He's been a tough one to get shown today, but he does combine a lot of things in terms of muscle mass and dimension and structural soundness and integrity and a nice look. He gives you a nice look out through that front 1/3 and a bull with a lot of things to offer. The calf in 4, he's a calf that is a little more tubular in his design. If I want to pick him apart, he's got a little more sheath dangling underneath his belly. I'd like to open him up a little bit and change him in that way to really move any higher today. I love the presentation of this calf. Big-footed, he can glide when you move him. He's just a little bit more restricted in his rib today, and I think he gives up a little bit of performance factor when it comes to that situation. The Powerhouse Performance Bull is the next bull. Here's one when you get him stopped. You love his performance, his depth of rib, his openness of rib, the growth and the power he offers and performs. He's got a little more sheath. His tail kind of takes away from his balance from front to rear, but we don't hold that against him. Where I would change the bull is how he handles his hind leg. I'd like to see him handle it with a little more authority as he walks away from you, and that's where I would change this one. I love the type and kind and the performance package he has to offer. The next calf back is one when you get him stopped, you love him. He's thick, he's powerful, he's good-footed, but you really look at the masculinity side of things, and the bulls, I think, need to look like bulls. He just looks a little more steery to me. I think he's a little more sucked up in his jawline. I don't think he's quite as attractive and quite as glidey out of his shoulder and his blade or off his rear leg. He's really nice to look at. I just don't think there's enough bull power there. The next calf back is one that I really appreciate the extra things he has to offer in terms of extra frame, extra length, a lot of extras in this bull. There's probably too many extras for me because he's going to be a big one when it's all said and done. Powerhouse that doesn't handle his front end with as much ease of comfort and doesn't find that comfort zone as well. Then we drop into a calf that just gives up some performance and data. He's super sound. He's super attractive. I just don't think there's enough bull there today. Finalized the group of 9 with a pretty good one, just not ready for the day.
Really nice division over here in your Horned Hereford show. The heifer that wins the first class, this is one that the very first time we saw her, she didn't jump right out at us, but the more we analyze this heifer, the more we like her. I think this female comes to you very fresh in terms of her condition. I think she's flexible enough in terms of her skeleton. When you compare to the heifer right behind her, she's a little stronger topped. Where we want to change this heifer is, she's a little crestier right there about her neck. She's probably not got as nice a teat and udder structure as the heifer right behind her, but we like this heifer a great deal. We like their structure out of her front end. The heifer out of the second class is one, when you get off to the side of them, kind of has the it factor in terms of length of front end and length of body, and still drops down a really nice rib cage. She's not the most powerfully constructed and widest bodied one, but she's really got a nice hip design heifer that's ultra fresh, really nice in terms of her udder and her teat design. The heifer we talked about out of that first class that was second, that's a neat heifer that's good and where she's good. And we probably liked her even better when she came back out here, just because we like the way she moves and she's wide. I like them a little prettier and a little more feminine than what she is. The heifer that was second in that class, we liked that heifer. She was pretty flexible. She gets back out here, and that heifer's coming apart just a little bit, not balancing up quite as good in her top line and from the side view, but still a really nice heifer. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause. Kyle, go select the champion reserve.
Well, congratulations over here in the Hereford ring, your horned spring yearling female. Congratulations, champion goes to Ella Weldon of Piedmont, Oklahoma, with EXR Primrose 1501 ET. Reserve in that division will go to back number 30289, LSC Jada 106 JET, exhibited by Denton Clayton and Houston Stapleton of Clinton, Illinois. We're now going to bring in Class 32 over here in your Hereford division. Back in the Angus ring, we do have the results from our last class, Class 5B. First place and congratulations went to Twin Falls Abbott TF93, bred and owned by Twin Falls Angus in Cheney, Kansas. Second place in that class went to EXAR Safeguard 2141B, bred and owned by Express Angus Ranches in Yukon, Oklahoma. Third place in that class went to VZR Diamond Jack 2212, bred and owned by Orion and Bridget Van Zee of Sioux Center, Iowa. Second place in that class, and congratulations, goes to Ward Brothers Livestock and B&D Angus and Herefords. Fifth place in that class, and congratulations to Express Angus Ranches. Sixth place was exhibited by Casey Lee Meyer of Blue Hill, Nebraska. Seventh place, exhibited by Bryn Bullerman. Eighth place in that class was exhibited by Jeff Fruling and Austin Nowatzki. And ninth place in that class, and congratulations will go to Lonnie Harris and Lazy JB Angus. Now in ring 2, we have your second division here in our Angus Bull Show.
Really a nice class of Februaries that I think fits together for us pretty good. The heifer that comes out and wins the class, I think, just does so from a quality standpoint, quality and coupled with structural soundness and freshness. Really a sound female when you analyze her from the ground up, soft structure down low, correct angle off of both ends. A female that when you analyze her up through her front end, she is really good. Heifer that ties high, she has no throat, no chest, just really free of composition. And one reason you can bring that heifer to the show a little fresher is there's some dimension in this heifer. There's some dimension when you get up on top of her and out over her hip. You know, she's not the biggest and the most overwhelming in terms of performance, but she's built right. The heifer in second, I think second and third are a little closer. We like the heifer in second in terms of her presence up through her front 1/3. We thought she was a little nicer in terms of her chest floor and her throat. She was a little longer bodied. We probably like the front end structure on the heifer in third a little bit better. She sets back at her knee a little nicer than the one that we put into second. This heifer, when you get on the side of her, doesn't balance quite as good in terms of her chest floor, but she is a little stronger over her loin. A nice heifer there too as well. The heifer in fourth, I think, just has more flexibility and more mass to her design than the heifer that comes out after that. The young lady's heifer we have coming out next is really extended, just needs a shot more body and more dimension, a more powerful hind leg.
Let's put our hands together and give these youngest bull exhibitors a nice round of applause, a nice set of bulls in this division. We've had some ups and downs in type and kind, and I think as an industry, as a breed, we've seen that. But I think I'm really pleased with 8 individuals we have out here in this championship lineup. Hopefully, we're getting to the point you can see what Dave and I are hopefully trying to do is find something with some shelf life, something that's going to be here 4 or 5 years down the road in a breeding pasture, in a breeding situation, and still adding value to a set of calves. Cattle that are performance-oriented but still very attractive. We've got a few things to say about that later in the day, but just go through these 4 real quickly, and then we'll let Dave slap your champions. The calf that wins the first class, you love him from the side view. Just disappoints you a little bit more when you get right behind him. I'd like to see him a little more base wide. I do love his length of top and length of spine. He's a calf I think will develop some muscle and some muscle mass. It just needs to be a little bit more there today to compete in this division. The calf in 2, a big performance oriented one. He's big and stout. Perhaps reaches that upper limit where I want to find one. I'd like to see this calf a little more youthful. I think he is pretty mature looking at this stage in the game. He is going to be a big, stout bull with a lot of pounds and a lot of performance. As I said earlier in class, where I'd like to change him as much as anything is from the knee down into that front foot, see him a little more parallel to his spine in that foot placement, see him with just a little more comfort zone off that front leg. The show bull of the 4s, the calf in 3 that won the class 3, he's the one that's presented ever so nicely. He can get out and glide, he can get out and move. Yeah, he's not perfect down through that front foot, but he's still one that is so attractive. Not as nice numbered, an EPD profile if you want to get down to those issues on a daily basis in your own program. But he's a calf that's base wide. He's got some real natural muscle, some depth of rib. He can really get out and move with some cushion off both ends. Just a calf that's pretty easy to look at. The calf that wins the last class, he's one that's real performance-oriented, really deep-middled. You love the internal dimension of this calf. If we could power him up just a little bit out of his neck and his head, just give him a little bit more masculinity and authority at this stage of the game, I'd really like this one quite a bit. He's one that's got some nice angles about him, a nice cushion to his foot placement, both front and rear, clean in his joints, really base wide when you get behind him. Big performance-oriented type of bull and a nice profile to match. Our seconds are cattle that are excellent representatives. Calf that stands out in our mind is the calves in 3rd and 4th. That in those 3rd and 4th classes that place second. I think those are 2 good individuals with some performance and some pounds and a lot of things to offer a program. Dave will pick your champions. It's been a fun division. We'll see a few more of these later.
just one January junior yearling here, but one that really does a lot of good things for us. This young lady has brought her here in really nice condition. You know, this heifer is one that is definitely above average in terms of power and dimension. A heifer that balances very nicely from the side. She's fresh enough in her condition. A heifer that can get out of her front end pretty good. If we're going to change her, she could maybe have just a little more set and flex to her hock. But I think this heifer is really good. It'll be interesting to see her back out here in your division. Congratulations, young lady.
Well, congratulations over here in the Angus ring, the results of your second division of Angus Bulls. Congratulations, your champion that division goes to Faree Fitz, Black Label 2229, bred and owned by Houston Faree of Sullivan, Indiana. And reserve in that division, coming out of your last class in that division. Twin Falls Abbott TF93. Congratulations to Twin Falls Angus in Cheney, Kansas. We're now going to get started with Division 3. We'll bring in Class 6B. Well, back over in the Hereford ring, we do have the results of your last class. First place exhibited by Maddie Jenkins of Athens, Texas. Second place went to Aubrey Rakestraw. Third place in that class, and congratulations to Marilyn Pecha. Fourth place, congratulations, John Robert Dower. And fifth place, Samantha Unruh. In class 33 over here in the Hereford ring, first place exhibited by Taylor and Thomas Boatman.
I certainly want to thank Jim for giving me the opportunity to help him today. We've been friends a long time. Single entry in this class, November bull. Certainly a lot of meat and muscle to the calf. We'd like to stouten him up a little bit, make him travel just a little freer. He lays a little straighter in his shoulder, giving a little more slope. We'd like him a little better in those case, but a nice bull for the single entry this class.
Well, congratulations back over in the Angus ring in 6B, first place, exhibited by Charles Parr of Mason City, Illinois. Our next class in is Class 7B.
Another single entry in this class. Just a calf you like. A lot of things about him, the ability to get out and move and travel. He's got some cushion on both ends. Super long topped and spine. He's a calf that's got some extension out through his front 1/3. You might like to see a little bit more stoutness right behind his shoulders. It transitions into his forerib, but just a pretty nice individual. Can get off his hind leg with some cushion and some ease of movement. Just a nice single entry class winner.
Out here for your junior yearling champion. There's some give and take, but I think as we analyze the cattle and and try to just keep doing the same thing we've done all day. I think we've certainly made a decision. The heifer out of the first class, I think, is one of the best in terms of feet and leg structure that we've seen so far in the horn show. I think a heifer that just truly exemplifies what you want to see off of both ends in terms of flexibility, set, and angles. I think this heifer is really, really fresh as she comes to us, and she's very attractive out through her front 1/3. She's not real far along, probably, in terms of calf. We maybe could see just a shot more rear rib and flank, and that's an advantage we give to the heifer in second. You know, we think this heifer is designed really nice. A little tail head hair would go a long way on this heifer, but I think this heifer is just one that is so complete and so sound and so fresh. And you know, I don't know what her end point is, but she's one that I think still has some go to her. The heifer we have out of the second class is one that we really like as well. This heifer balances very nicely from the side. She's fresh enough. She's very extended. A heifer that probably has the advantage in terms of depth. She's maybe just a little neater in the way her tail head sets. Where we probably think that she's not as good is she's not quite as tidy in terms of her chest. She's not quite as flexible off of her hind leg, but an awfully good female. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause, and Kyle's going to go show you how we like them.
Well, congratulations, your junior yearling horned Hereford over here in our junior ring. Congratulations to Maddie Jenkins of Athens, Texas with BACC 228Z Tara 108ET. And congratulations, reserve in that division. Coming out of Class 33, Taylor and Thomas Boatman of Rockford, Illinois, with Perks 1502, Mary Jo 1002 ET. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll now get started with your final division here in our Horned Hereford show. This will be Class 34.
your last class of the day. And like Kyle said, these two are about as polar opposite as two can get. But I think when you break it down to the fundamentals, the female that we're going to go ahead and use is the sounder structured female that's got a nicer udder. A heifer that she's got EPDs versus the one in second that doesn't. This heifer I appreciate. I think she's a nice size. She's good in terms of her structure. I think she's got the advantage in terms of udder quality, and her calf's got a little more substance to it as well. I think the second pair is one that is really highly presented. You can tell that we talked about in the polled show how hard it is to get a cow-calf pair ready, and somebody spent some time on this pair and getting them ready. I mean, they're fit impeccably. These two young ladies do a really nice job showing. Unfortunately, today, when you come back and have a calf at side, sometimes it could be your disadvantage if your udder doesn't set just perfect, and we'd like to probably see her have some numbers. But I certainly want to commend you for the time and effort because those cattle are presented amazing. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
I think 3 really nice bulls within this September class of our fall 21s. I think the calf that has probably the least amount of issues is the calf that we're going to start the class with. I'd still like to change how he handles his front leg and his lower shoulder structure from the lower shoulder down into his front foot. I'd like to see him put a little more natural pressure on that inside toe and get out and flex that knee and grab a little bit more ground when we put him in motion. But when we get him stopped, he is the show bull. He is the pretty one. He's the one that's extended, square-hipped, got a natural pizzazz and environment. I like the tightness of sheath. I like the testicular shape and the curvature and the angle of his rear hock and pastern. Just a pretty good kind of bull to start off the class. Then what I felt was we just had more structural integrity in the Keffin 2 compared to 3. I think he handles that front shoulder and front leg with so much more ease and comfort. The third place bull wants to get out and paddle at you and just doesn't find that comfort zone. I would like to see maybe a little more natural expression of muscle in the Keffin 2, but he's a calf that blends and extends very well out of the front 1/3. Transitions very well from that shoulder back into his forerib, and he does have some base width. It gives up a little bit of lower expression down through his stifle, but a very useful, very attractive. What you see is what you get kind of bull. The Keffin 3 is one of those performance bulls. He's a powerhouse, probably one of the bigger footed calves we've seen throughout the day. But when we put him in motion, he's a little choppy on both ends, gets a little more perpendicular out of his shoulder, just doesn't find that comfort zone we'd like him to find to go any higher today.
Well, congratulations in the Angus ring. Results of Class 8B first place went to BRDG Primary 26B, bred and owned by Bowen Bridges of Edmond, Oklahoma. Second place in that class, and congratulations. We'll go to Collins Angus Ranch and Chris and Sharon Sankey with Sankey's Frontline 150. And second place in that class, and congratulations goes to Ryan and Bridget Van Zee of Sioux Center, Iowa with VZR 24 karat 2141. We're now going to bring those first and seconds in. Our judges will be selecting their champion reserve senior bull calves. Over in the Hereford ring, we are bringing in your champion and reserves here in our Horned Hereford show. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, if you could put your hands together for all of our division champion and reserves here at the Cattlemen's Congress in our Horned Hereford show. Well, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our reserve division champions as they enter the ring.
Again, another nice division of bulls in our fall 21s. Some bulls that limited in numbers like we are. We could make some changes, but there's a pair of bulls I think out here that complement each other very well. I think they're bulls that have got some shelf life to them. They're bulls that are attractive. They're bulls that have got some natural performance and muscle. They're bulls that are laid in through their shoulder design. They're flat in their blade. That'll be our winners of the last class, our first and second. They're going to be our division champions in this class, in this division. Nice pair of bulls. They complement each other very well.
Well, congratulations. Your senior bull calf will go to BRDG Primary 26B, bred and owned by Bowen Bridges of Edmond, Oklahoma. And second place in that class, and congratulations. Your reserve senior bull calf in this division is going to go to Sankey's Frontline 150, owned by Collins Angus Ranch and Chris and Sharon Sankey. We'll now bring in Class 9B over here in your Angus ring.
Well, as we get back out here and we begin to round out today in the Hereford ring, first and foremost, I want to say congratulations to all of you exhibitors all day long. It's been a great show, and I knew coming into it that it was going to be a good show. I mean, the Hereford breed is on top, and I think they've had good cattle all the way through these classes. But even better than the cattle have been the kids. Like Tyler said earlier, we've seen a lot of young kids that are doing an awesome job, and I think the future's bright for this breed, and very impressed with the cattle. Like I said, I knew coming out here would be a good show, and I'm certainly very honored that Tyler asked me to do this with him. It's something that, evaluating cattle on a daily basis is something that we do 24/7 and talk about on our own cattle, and it's definitely a fun thing to do when we come back out here together and evaluate a show, and it's something that I cherish and I am very honored to do. And so with that, I'd also like to thank Tyler personally for having me come out here and help him. Very, very grateful for the opportunity to do this with him. With that, I'd also like to thank a few people. I'd like to thank my mom and dad. They're here somewhere. I can't thank them enough for all the opportunities they've given me over my life and to put me in this position that I'm in today. I'm certainly grateful for that. I'd like to thank my mother-in-law and father-in-law. I know they're here. They do a lot for me and Lauren and Hudson and really help us out and make it to where me and Lauren can do what we need to do here at shows. So very, very grateful for what they do for us. I'd also like to thank Lauren. I know she's probably up here watching, her and Hudson, and certainly this is something that we like to do, and it's something that I am certainly grateful that she is able to do it with me to work on cattle and do this lifestyle that we have. It's certainly I can't thank her enough. She sacrifices a lot for me, and I sacrifice a lot for her, and it just I think we work well together, and I'm certainly very blessed to have her and to have Hudson along with it. So with that being said, I'm not going to keep going. We got a great crew in the back. I thank them too for everything they do for us. I mean, they put up a lot of hours and a lot of hard work to to keep things going back home and even here at the show so me and Tyler can do this. So I won't talk any longer. It's been a long day. I'll turn the mic over to Tyler. Congratulations to these exhibitors. Let's give them a nice big round of applause.
That was really good, Kyle. You covered a lot of bases. I won't be quite as windy as what I normally would be because you did a nice job. Like Kyle said, we do this every day together. You know, he and I, along with the help of my dad, we calve the cows out. We breed the cows. We're in the show barn along with some really good guys and some really good help. We have boots on the ground, and we're there every day. We believe in this. We give you our honest opinion because we know how much time goes into it. We know how much money goes into it. And we couldn't have had more fun today. I, too, want to thank my family, my wife, Courtney, is busy in the other ring. And then I'd like to thank my little girl, Piper, at home. She's 1 year away from showing, and then she'll be able to come with us. But it is crazy how difficult it is to pull out of the driveway and come to a show when you know you're going to be gone. She's changing every day, and she's so much fun, and it is tough, and it's a sacrifice. So we take that very serious. My wife does everything for me, and I couldn't do anything without her. I, too, have really good in-laws that are home taking care of Piper so we could be here. I appreciate that. Without my family, I would have never been given any of the opportunities I've been given. My grandfather, my dad, my uncle, my mother, all my family, just what they've done for me. It is because of them I've been allowed to do what I love to do. I think your breed association is as good as any. I think that the leadership on top all the way down, I mean, you've got people in place that have been in that place, and your breed just kept striving, and I think that you ought to be so thankful for the leadership that you have at the top of your breed. I certainly don't do anything in my life without recognizing God, because I truly believe I wake up every morning that, everything happens for a reason. I wonder a lot of times why I've been blessed in my life. I wonder why I've been put in this position. And I think one of those reasons is to bear witness for him, because there's a lot of times I don't give as much as I should. I have a lot of flaws. But I feel like bearing witness in front of this many people and encouraging young people to believe is why he's put me in this position. Let's give these young people a round of applause. We've had a great time, and congratulations.
Nice pair of bulls in the Angus side. Different as night and day, complete opposites, complete 180. But guys, you look at the paperwork, they're fairly similar EPD profile-wise till you get over to that weight per day of age and weight. We've got one that outweighs the other one by right at 300 pounds. These are Julys, guys. In my mind, we need to put a top shelf on this thing and realize we don't need the elephant ads coming back. We don't need to worry about anything but raising good cattle every day. I think the bull that wins the class does so because he is a good bull. I think at a 2.95 average daily gain and weight per day of age, he's a bull that's still very youthful in his presence. I think he has the advantage in his shoulder structure, in the angle of that shoulder, how it extends out of his neck. He's not as big-boned. He's not as big-footed. He's also a little tidier underneath. He handles his top with a little more authority. He's really long. He's really fresh in his presentation. I think we need to make more of these kind. The Keffin 2 is one, if you need some performance, he's a big, stout, big-footed bull. He's got some depth and dimension. I just need to tone him down. For me, he's a bull that I'd like to see just a little bit more conventional in terms of how he handles his top. I'd like to see him a little more tidy underneath through his chest floor. A big powerhouse bull with a lot of performance. I just need to tone him down for me personally today.
Well, a big congratulations over here in the Hereford ring, your grand champion horn female here in our junior show at the Cattlemen's Congress. Congratulations, Maddie Jenkins, Athens, Texas, with BACC 228Z, Tara 108ET. And congratulations to your reserve champion, horn female. Congratulations to Maddie and Marcy Harward of Richfield, North Carolina, with boy Fiona 243 KET. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. A special thank you to our two judges today, Mr. Tyler Cates and Kyle Scheffler.